Give me a second here. Let's have a look. Why is it not doing its thing? I've got to do some fixes. Got to get rid of that. And try this. Sorry folks, things are going crazy. Silly stuff. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, that's more like it. Well. Look at you kind, generous people. It's funny, and look at that. We're off to a great start. Thank you so much. So, hello, Tina. Yay, thank you very much. We're just going to put you right up there. And donation for whoever needs a read tonight. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm already thinking. I just saw that new person, Indigo, just arrived, and they've never been here before. They've never done this before. But this says hello in the chat. I'm going to the chat now. It says, hello, I'm a new watcher, and I feel so connected with your channel. Well, this is how you get connected with this channel. You're doing exactly the right thing, Indigo. Let me just make sure I got the spelling right here. I don't know how to do it. Hello, Ivona. Hello, Melissa. Let's see who else. Nikki. Hello, Nikki. Hello, Path. Yes. Did I see Robin? Is Robin there? Did I see Robin? Where's Robin? Is Robin there? Hold on. The reason I'm asking is because I owe a reading to Robin. Okay, so Indigo. I'm just going to use your name, Indigo. Wait a minute. Let me scroll back there. There is a... Where is that one? Indigo Williams. Okay, let's do that. Okay? Okay, Indigo Williams. Okay, it sounds like the buffering is over. Hallelujah. Indigo Williams. You are going to be the lucky beneficiary of Nikki. Thank you very much, Nikki. Indigo Williams. Wow, Indigo, you got really lucky tonight. Just dived right in and you scooped up the lucky winner card just like that. Yay. Wow, that's pretty awesome. So, I don't know if Robin is here yet, but I do owe one to Robin. So I'll put Robin over here. I'll just put this here for now, and we will check in. Let's just see where everybody is. Okay, that's good. Not buffering. Who did I miss? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's okay. All right, so we're good. All right, we're good. So let me check in with everybody. Hello. Good evening. It is Sunday evening over here in chilly Las Vegas. It's very cold. Well, it's cold. I'm used to the balmy weathers of Venice Beach, California, but that is starting to become history. Another lifestyle package deal in the life of Terra Lumination, now filed in the archives of history. Yep. Tina went to the gym for the first time in 5 years. Gosh, Tina, you're like one of these troopers. I don't know how you deal with it. Dealing with all these health issues. Was it last week where we had every single reading? I think we had 5 or 6 readings last Sunday. And every single reading was to do with someone who had passed over. We had the dead son of, can't remember who, and all those kinds of things. So it was kind of interesting. It was almost like doing mediumship, where you go to those TV shows and everybody sits in the audience and John Edwards comes up, or James Von Prague, or what's her name comes up, and they go, hold on, I'm sensing. Oh, there's a person with silver hair sitting right next to you, ma'am, over there in the audience with the blue shirt and the dark hair. Do you know someone whose name begins with P? It's that kind of thing. So we had a lot of that last week, okay? I hope you're still here. Indigo, if you're still here, please type it on the screen. I'd like to know and acknowledge that you're still active here, present, and you have received your, basically, it's like a gift. You got a gift. I'm just kind of following my intuition here. Nikki put in a donation for whoever needed it. And then Indigo Williams showed up. Out of the blue, saying, I resonate with your channel. So I think that seems like a reasonable person to receive the generosity of Nikki. What's this? Tina, when I went to the gym after a while, I woke up and somebody said, you were out and the ambulance was on its way. What? What? Whoa. So many Lena from Argentina. Greetings. It's already very late at night for you. I know what you're saying, Ivona, about gymnasiums and things. and physical exertion. I have a long history in my life of being like too confident, too physical, thinking that I'm much stronger than I really am, and I take on projects or activities in the extreme cold or the extreme heat or with my body, thinking I can do almost anything. There's part of me which feels like I'm like invincible, like I'm Hercules and I have superpowers. But the reality is I'm actually physically quite flimsy. And I've had a history of blacking out, heat stroke, sunstroke, cold, all sorts of hideous diseases that take you to the ground where you don't know who you are anymore. You end up in hospitals, all sorts of things. So I empathize very easily with people who have like very challenging health issues. Okay. Thank you, Nikki. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's give her a little bit of time. Maybe we just scared her away. That was like too good, too much, too quickly. That's all the Jupiter in 0 degrees Aquarius energy. Like, oh my God, it's just too much. It's too much. So let's wait on. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm hoping that Robin's Realms Readings shows up because I owe her one. Sometimes she sort of shows up really late. But I've got one here. I'm just going to keep it on hand, okay? And if Indigo Williams doesn't pick it up, then, like you said, we'll just pass it on to a deserving viewer. But you have to type in. Like if you've never ever done this before, and hello Karen over there in New Zealand. So it would be, what, early afternoon for you on Monday the 28th. Melanie McCall, thank you very, very much. Hold on, let me go to the stage. I got to catch up with things, people. Melanie McCall, thank you. And Gregory, wow, okay, I got to catch up here. Hold on. Give me a second. We might already be out of room. Okay, Melanie McCall, let's have a look. Okay, here we go. Hello there, I see you. Coming with a bang. You didn't even announce yourself, and doing, you're right there. All right. So I'm going to keep shuffling Robin over to the bottom of the stack because I don't know who's going to show up in front. And Gregory. Gregory did the PayPal direct to Terra Illumination, so I am going to create a magic post-it note for Gregory. Thank you. There we are. So let's leave it like that for now. That's all we're gonna. That's pretty much, we're pretty much already full house as it is. So let's give some room to the Nikki donation. We'll put a question mark for whoever that is, because I have to get realistic, and I can only handle a very limited number of readings on these shows. So that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're probably pretty much full house. So I'm not going to actively invite any more donations. But we've got these all ready to go. Now, we already offered one to Indigo Williams. And let's put that over here, but we're not sure. Let's put this one like together with this one. That makes it a little bit more comforting. Cheers, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Goodness. Goodness. All right, I'm just going to shove those over here for a moment. I'm going to get on. I'm going to make a little astrodoodle for tonight. So chat amongst yourselves, and we'll get things rolling in a minute. But I like to use the astrodoodles as a reference point because to me it's like a serious reality check. Okay, Lena, calm down. Calm down. Oh my gosh. All right, that's it, folks. No more. That's it. We've got full house. Lena, thank you very much. Lena from Argentina. Now, Lena, can you tell us what time is it? What time is it for you over there in La Plata, Buenos Aires right now? Because if it's very late, we might push you, and if you have to go to bed on time, we might push you up earlier into the show. Tina, you're in Texas time, so you're probably good there. Nikki's on the East Coast. I don't know where Indigo Williams went to, but Melanie, I can't remember. Gregory's over there, I think, in Mississippi. Robin is in Texas. Let's have a look. Let's see. Okay. Thanks, Nikki. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to put one over here for Lena. But that's it, folks. I don't think I can take any more. Wow, we filled up very quickly. Jeepers. Oh, hope I can do this. Let's have a look. I got to make some room here. You know what? I'm just going to do this. All right, here we go. All right, this is going to be the Astrodoodle for Earth today. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get a new Sharpie. This one is officially finished. Finito. Give me a second here. I am going to my supplies. Bear with me. So 22, that's like 10:15. It's okay, you can wait. Okay, because I know sometimes you stay up very late. Maybe I should do product placement stuff for things like Sharpies and copy paper and whiskey and wine. You know, maybe this channel would be a really good channel for promoting, you know, scissors and Post-it notes. I could do a product placement deal with Post-it notes and Trader Joe whiskey and things like that. But I'm scared because there's actually kind of no point. As you know, my little channel has been basically decimated. The reality is I probably couldn't take much more anyway, so I shouldn't be complaining too much. All right, there we go. This is for Earth. And it is for the 27th December 2020. And as some of you know, we're going to see a whole bunch of red. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Nikki. I hope so. I'm just going to do the universal chart. This is Aries, Taurus. So you guys chat amongst yourselves while I'm filling this all out, you know. It takes me a while because I do them fresh, custom crafted, handmade, non-GMO. These are not vegan, by the way. They are loaded with extra ingredients. Cancer. And Leo over here, 5th house. We got Virgo over here. We got Libra over here. Remember, this is a universal chart, okay? Yeah, chat amongst yourselves. Share your own personal life stories. Any scary news, any exciting news, all of that. I'm just going to be puttering here for a few minutes till we get this one out. Some of you who've been here before, you'll recognize a lot of the patterns just repeating, but the details, they do change, okay? And the energy shifts. All right, so at the moment, I'm just going to make sure I've got my... Okay, I'll do the colors later, okay? I'm just going to color everything later, but I want to make sure, I want to get things rolling here. I've got Neptune. I've got little Chiron over here, still in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Mars is over here in Aries, moving forward very rapidly, very aggressively. Uranus is still over here in Taurus at the early degrees. We've got an interesting thing tonight where the moon is conjunct the North Node. And the nodal axis is always associated with the moon and its axis. So please don't ask me to explain the sacred geometry, because it's actually quite complex, and I'm not gifted enough to explain it. But there is the South Node, there is the North Node. Okay. Now, as you know, we have Venus in Sagittarius touching the South Node very closely over here. And we got a huge Capricorn, well, it's not huge, but we've got a very powerful Capricorn cluster. We have the Sun, and we have Mercury, and we have Pluto, okay? Sun, Mercury, I'll just squash it in there, and Pluto. And as you know, Pluto has been here for what, 2018, 11 years now already, and we have another 4 years to go. So this moves very slowly, and it gets triggered. Every time we have Capricorn energy, it amplifies this energy here. And now we have Jupiter and Saturn in the so-called Great Conjunction, already in the 1 degree mark of Aquarius. So I'm gonna pencil it in. Hold on to your hats, people, because it's a little bit, it's kind of a high pressure thing. Some of these, as you know, I'm gonna put in the bad stuff right now. Just get it over with. You know, we might as well. It's better just to deal with this stuff head on. The Mars, Sun, Mercury, Pluto aspects are very violent right now, and it's not going away that quickly. We also have the ongoing, continuously super hyper stressful energies between Sagittarius on the nodal axis right here, hard squared with Pisces in the 12th house. This is all a really hard square, and it's going to be active over the next, day or so. We've already talked about this many times. From my perspective as an amateur astrologer, this represents fraud, betrayal, deception, lies, illusions, theft, crime, betrayal, abuse, all the worst things that happen when you remove love from the equation. This represents the absence of love, okay? So we have some sweet sextiles a little bit between here. I'll just mark them in a little bit. So that's kind of nice. And we have a little bit of some harmony here between, the Capricorn Taurus. But the rest of it's really pretty challenging. I'm not going to do the fixed stars, and I'm not going to deal with the quincunx and things. But, okay, I'm going to put the quincunx in because it's very, very awkward energy. That's this one here. This is where we feel like we are being forced to face the very difficult things that we don't want to face. And we're being forced to do it. So let me just check out. And I'm going to come back and connect with you guys. Make sure that we're all here. Okay. So it's been a very interesting time astrologically. You've probably noticed it either in your personal life or your local politics or some of your friends or family, or just watching the news, or just observing strange new shifts in the world around you. I'd like to say that it's very much to do with this thing here, okay? Jupiter and Saturn just had their big conjunction. It was all over the internet, and we're now in the Aquarius vibe for Jupiter and Saturn. It's a very different energy from the Capricorn energy where they've been living for at least a year now, okay? So what's going to happen here, this is for everybody, it's really going to start to shake things up, really rattle the cage of revolution, the desire for freedom, truth, honesty, and what is good for we the people, we the masses, the sheeple, the dumb people, the dumb money, just your average neighbor, your friend, your family, humanity in general. It's really going to be shaken up, okay? And we're going to find out very quickly once we get into 2021 that when Mars starts to get over here into Taurus and it conjoins Uranus, things are going to become extremely volatile. We're going to see a lot of red ink from here to here, okay? Extreme volatility, okay? So just be prepared for that, you know? Mars is going to really fire things up. There's already enough happening. This over here, and we've talked about this nodal axis, the Sagittarius South Node, the Gemini North Node on the Wednesday shows, and it's very much to do with American politics and taking, universal truth, laws, wisdom, understanding, and bringing it down to earth in a way that works as a very practical means for the everyday person. But it's under a lot of pressure right now with fakery, with fraud. So on a global scale, if you haven't noticed it, the whole question about our leadership, our rulers, our financial systems, our global belief systems on the massive scale is being challenged to show itself. How does it work actually on the microscopic scale for each one of you as individuals? Are you being lied to by your leaders? Is the universal truth being perverted and distorted and repackaged into a highly perverse version of universal truth, which is called a lie? Are you being sold a lie? Are you buying the lie? Are you discovering how little you know about yourself relative to universal truth, relative to subjective truth? What does it look like in your world? So anyway, we'll play with that through the show. Let's get on with the actual readings, people. All right. Here we go. Let me just check. And I haven't really checked in with anybody yet, have I? Let me go over here. Let's see. Yeah, there we are. Greetings. This is Terra Illumination. I can't remember if I said hello already, but anyway, we're here. Let's see, it's the 27th of December. And over the last few days, if you saw it in heaven, in the skies, and you were lucky enough to see it, you would have seen Jupiter and Saturn as close together as these two stars, for example, or these two stars, but very, very close together. And that's why they called it the Great Conjunction, because it's very, very rare to actually see something like that in heaven. But it's there. It has happened before, but it's very rare. We're talking thousands of years. So anyway, it's I think of it as kind of spectacular what's happening with the astrology since I've started this channel. Seeing the different changes and the pressure building up and going along with all these shifts and everything. And because I do this for myself anyway, but then starting to share it with people and realizing that, wow, this is stuff that we need to know. It's like weather. I check outside the windows. I like to check the weather channels and things like that to see what's going on, because it helps me to plan my life. And I like to see what my friends are doing around the world, because I have friends all over the world. And I know it sounds kind of cliched, but I like to talk about the weather. So what? Let's see. We've got a, what is it? We've got a full moon coming up, I think, isn't it? We just had the Sagittarius new moon eclipse a while ago, over a week ago, I think. And now we're going to come up to a full moon. The sun is going to be in Capricorn and the moon is going to be in Cancer. That's going to be, I think, in a few days. I looked outside here earlier tonight and the moon is very big and it's very bright. We're not quite at the full moon yet, but we're getting there. And of course, that full moon is going to trigger a lot of very, very important things with the United States, because the United States has an astrology that is very, very heavily aligned on the Cancer-Capricorn axis, as well as the Gemini-Sagittarius axis. So this is going to be a very interesting time. Probably, well, it's happening right now. We're already in it. So brace yourselves, people. All right, let's get going. Everybody get comfortable. If you have to, sit on your hands. Don't forget, you're going to have your mask. Here we don't need a mask, but depending where you are, if you're at a cafe or something, or if you can get in one. Anyway, prepare yourselves. Here we go. I have no idea what's going to happen, but let's see. Melissa, all right, let's get started. I need some water. Hold on. Cheers, everybody. I'm going to set this over here for now. Get this out of the way. All right, Melissa. If you don't have any particular issues and you want me to just do a complete blind reading, I'm happy to do that. If you are very concerned about something, if you can put it in one word or maybe two words, for example, Dear Tarot Illumination, what kind of messages do you have for me tonight regarding the subject of ... It could be my health, my finances, my future, my family, my home, my spiritual development, whatever it might be. Otherwise, I'm just going to dive in and we'll just tell the story as it comes up, okay? So let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look here. So, okay, I'm going to tidy up the post-it notes in just a second. All right, here we go. This is good. I think we're in pretty good condition. No reversals, as you know. I don't do jumpers. I'm not doing any flyers or anything like that. Let's have a look over here. I'll put Tina up there. I'll put the gifted reading over here, whoever gets that. Then we've got Melanie over there. I'll put Gregory up here. And then we'll put Lena over here. If Robin shows up, we'll put her over here. And that's good enough. That gets us running. All right, so let's have a look. See what. So Melissa hasn't written anything in, so I guess she's just going to hang out and enjoy whatever comes up. Okay? Melissa, Nikki's asking, are you still here? Cheers. And Nikki is saying, I felt something strong for Melissa. Love messages. Okay. Took it right out of your mind. Meow. All right, let's just see. I have no idea what's going to come up. Okay. It's funny, sometimes I go through these like moments of, like, I guess, awareness. Like you have these, I don't know if you ever get these, Melissa, where You're just living your life, okay? So there you are. You're Melissa Lawrence. You're just living your life. Maybe you're walking from here to there, groceries, or doing laundry, or doing some kind of job, or living your life, or relating with someone. Maybe you've got friends, families, kids, in-laws, outlaws, relatives, secrets and dreams and desires, and it's all just flowing around naturally. And then we ask questions about love. What is love? Where is the love in my life? And then we tend to, let's say, project that outwards onto this sort of perhaps like a mythical creature, a mythical human being that would show up and be this magic incarnation of hello, I am your soulmate. I have been destined to meet you. I am yours and you are mine, and all those things. Yes, so we're going to go for it. All right, Melissa, I see your notes there. I think the delay on the live stream is about 40 seconds tonight, so it takes me a while to check in and see, but I think we're on course. We're going to do the love thing. And so what I learned over the years, because I've done thousands of readings, and I'll probably keep doing this till I drop. I have no idea. But anyway, I start to ask questions. What exactly is love? How do we define that? Is it like this biological thing of passion, lust, and the desire to reproduce? Is it like affection? Is it companionship? Is it some kind of soulmate connection? Is it this profound feeling like, I've known you before. I know you from my third past life ago. And now you've reincarnated here to be with me? I've incarnated here to be with you. So why is this happening? Why does this relationship suck so much? And then you kind of do your homework. You start to study astrology and tarot and mysticism and meditation. You realize, oh, you are the physical embodiment of a soul. And I'm the physical embodiment of a soul, and we had a lot of loose ends that were not tidied up, and they were not pretty. And so we are now meeting in this lifetime, and we have a really sucky relationship where it's like very magnetic, and you're pulled together, and it's like people are trying to figure things out, and then you learn things the hard way. Sometimes that happens in relationships. It's a question of posture, because sometimes you have these really divine encounters where you realize there's this other person out there who's very resonant with you, and you are resonant with them, and you feel it here. I'm not saying in terms of romance or sexuality or, ambitions for homes and families and spouses and lovers and all that, but it very much at the deep soul level. And then you have to, once you've tasted these experiences, you have to completely recalibrate your definition of love. So you have to start asking these questions to yourself, like, what exactly is love? What does that mean for me? What does the embodiment of that thing look like? And so, as you know, a lot of times I just distill everything down to some really, really basic little chanty kind of mantra things, because I kind of learned the hard way that people show up in your life for a reason. Then you have these so-called relationships and you live through them. Some of them last for life. Some of them have a beginning and a middle and an end. Anyway, let's have a look. Hello, Heather. I see you. So, I'm just going to keep it really loose, okay, Melissa? So a lot, when we ask about love, you kind of have to frame it in understanding in advance, what exactly is your definition of love? In other words, how would you define it if you had to write it on paper? There are many definitions. I have one that I particularly like, but I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to let it float. Okay? We'll see what comes up. Okay, let me just, all right. I'm going to preface this reading again, sorry Melissa, because love is such an important subject when it comes to astrology and tarot. That is the vast bulk of what people want to know, especially when I started my channel, but some of you figured out that I'm more concerned with the outer planets and that operate on a much bigger scale and at a much deeper soul level. And I've kind of migrated away from the love relationship readings that I used to do in bulk. But there are certain common themes to love that I've noticed that repeat in loving relationships. Things like affection, patience, consideration, asking questions, being there for the other person when you would rather be doing something else for yourself, knowing that there is value, you're building value. Being a good listener, being there for someone when they're having a really crappy time, someone being there for you when you're having a really crappy time, being able to endure fractious moments where the worst of yourself is exposed to the other party, and then the other party being prepared to handle fractious moments when the worst of themselves are being presented to you. How much can you handle? All those kinds of things, okay? Some of the most powerful healing events in our lives actually occur in the context of relationship. I think that's another ingredient. It's different for everybody. Let's see what's going on with Melissa. Cards are actually already well shuffled, so let's just go for it. Let's bless this deck, bless every single card, bless the channel, bless the platform, bless the cameras and the lights and all this multiple softwares and the technology, the electricity, microphones, cables, all of that, so that we can do this at all. It's a freaking miracle. The wonders of modern technology. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And then we're going to look at the weather for you. I've got the Fool energy here. So in some ways, I feel this is, to me, it's kind of like a lucky break in a way. It's almost like having like a trump card in card games. I'm not a gamer. I know very little about card games or poker or how to win at Monopoly or anything like that. I'm just not a game type person, sadly, because I know they're supposed to be fun. But with the Fool card here, what I'm sensing is that Melissa, anything and everything is possible right now. The gates are open. And with this Jupiter-Saturn energy here in the 1 degree section of Aquarius, to me it's like a big, it's like a kind of a big green light for you to allow yourself, to give yourself permission to experience whatever shows up. Okay? And it's, to me, there's possibilities of extreme energies here because we got Jupiter and Saturn, which have by nature energies that almost oppose each other. And there's the expansion and fun and excitement and adventure of Jupiter, and then there's the like, hold on, wait a minute, we got to do this properly, one step at a time. We need to minimize risk energy of Saturn, and they're happening simultaneously. So I see it as a good opportunity. It's a really good time for you to just literally open yourself up to what the universe can provide. Okay? So the way I would do that, if I was actually doing a full-on consultation with you, I would say, Melissa, first things first, do this little chant with Tarot Illumination. Okay? First of all, you have to You have to believe in your invisible friends. You have to believe that you are guided, that you are protected, that you have guardian angels, and that you have spirit guides and loved ones from the great beyond who really want what is best for you in life. But typically it works by invitation. If you just go through life trying to figure it out on your own, you're really limiting yourself to what's out there. So if you deliberately invoke the healing power of love from heaven above, and you say, dear angels, dear invisible friends, dear guardians out there, I know you love me. I know in theory you're there. I might not see you. I don't really know. I'm not necessarily a qualified psychic or whatever, but I know you're there because Tarot Illumination said so. Please bring to me that which is mine regarding love, and please take away from me that which is mine, that which is not mine regarding love. Let me do that again for you in person. Hold on, it's really important. I mean, it sounds really like it's not very spiritual. It sounds really simplistic, but it's a very powerful invocation. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is mine, not mine. I screwed up again. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. Thank you. And then just allow things to unfold, especially starting this year and through the rest of this year. It's going to be a really volatile year, so you might as well take full advantage of it. There's no point in limiting yourself to like, well, my love interest has to be this and this and that and this and that. Forget it. Just invite it in and let the it's almost like allowing yourself to go shopping, and whatever shows up, it's like window shopping. Allow yourself to go window shopping. Allow, like, it's going to sound really weird. Make the decision to enter the vortex of love where the potential and the opportunity for love can occur. So use that invocation. You could even be more definitive. You can actually like basically start brainwashing yourself. You can say to yourself, whatever is mine comes to me. Whatever is not mine moves away. So that's a very different statement using the same energy field. In your situation, I would say please, and then allow it to unfold. Okay? Might as well take advantage. Don't worry about what your sun sign is. Don't worry about their moon sign or their rising or anything. Just make the invocation and allow whatever it is that's coming to you to come to you. And don't hold on to anything. Just allow for the experience, okay? Now, what's the situation itself? What will this look like? Oh, wow. Okay, so, wow. In terms of a love reading, I see this as very important. I see this as new starts, new beginnings, very closely aligned with the Fool energy here, very closely aligned with the Jupiter-Saturn influx to Aquarius at 1 degree. It's literally like, just imagine you just woke up, you've had all your life, you've lived up to this very moment in time, and now, click, everything changes. And it's like you just suddenly noticed there's this whole new department store in front of you. And it's called the blah blah in department store of love. And it's in a way, in a format that you've never seen or known or understood before. And the gateway, the door is there. And all you have to do is, because this is a card of sacred opportunity, you walk in. And then you let it all unfold. It's like a magical movie kind of energy. So when I look at pentacles, in terms of love, I see that as evidence. So what you're looking for is evidence of love. Evidence of love would be very obvious, okay? like your attraction to someone, someone's attraction to you, an interaction with a certain individual, you with them with you, where certain key vital ingredients of a loving type of relationship need to be evident, okay? So what I think we're doing here is looking for, it's almost like doing your research and then going shopping, okay? Where it's like, okay, so the ingredients that you need to see, it has to be hard evidence. Let me just go over here again. Sorry, this is going to be very extended. I can see it already. We need hard evidence. Pentacles is measurable evidence of love. So, for example, consideration, politeness, patience, kindness, inquisitiveness, affection. It would be also very healthy if they indicated that they are not trying to play you in any way or circumvent you or to control or manipulate. You're dealing with someone who is very pure. In other words, if something upsets them and they are fully immersed in their own energy, what you would want to see is someone who says, well, excuse me, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense to me. What you need, another thing that you need is very important, is authenticity. Okay, you want to deal with someone who's real. So you need to be real too. And so, I could say, be loving, be loved, but to me, what we need to concentrate on for you, Melissa, is to open the door to experience and see things in a completely new way and recalibrate the meaning of love for you, and then invite validation and evidence, measurable evidence of genuine love, using those things that I listed. Someone who listens to you and responds accordingly. Someone where you're willing to give them the time, you listen to them, and so on. You're comfortable, physically comfortable in each other's presence. That's very important. You give each other time and patience. You allow someone to, let's say, make a mistake or say what they want to say. And then you take your time and you respond. You need to be in a vortex where you're dealing with energy out, energy in. And when you put out energy, it's very important that you observe their response. And their response is different from a reaction. A response indicates someone who is taking you seriously and your energy seriously, and they are, let's say, processing your energy and then coming back with a response. Whereas if you're dealing with someone in terms of action-reaction and you're just getting reactions to your energy, then there's a whole chunk of relationship that's missing. Let's keep going here. All right, now what's the problem? So to me, this is like off to a really good start of a new adventure. It's literally like, oh my God, I never thought about love this way. Thank you, Tarot Illumination. But yeah, so whatever your loving commitments are right now today, whether you're with someone or not, or someone's with you or not, kind of doesn't matter. I'm thinking about you in particular. I think it's a really good opportunity for you to look at love in a whole new way and recalibrate using the things that I talked about, bringing that which is yours to you and removing that which is not yours. And that's fast tracking love, okay? What's the problem here? Okay, you might have a very deep resistance to change. So with the Death card here, it might indicate that you already have a very, let's say, established kind of status quo expectation or framework of what love already means to you. And then this little mini reading from Tarot Illumination is basically saying, throw that all away, and invite what really is appropriate for you to come to you. But the problem is, there's a chance here, it looks to me, is that we're looking at like a radical recalibration of what is actually suitable and good for you compared to what you've already kind of predetermined as what is good for you. So that means change. Sometimes people are terrified of the energy of change because it means change typically means you're heading into the unknown. And a lot of people would rather the devil they know rather above the things that they don't know. The fear of the unknown might be very, very powerful inside of you, Melissa, without knowing it. But this reading is telling me is that the fear of the unknown is very high in you, and there's a possibility that there's a lot of resistance to change, a lot of resistance to allowing the good things to come to you and taking an adventure into totally new concepts, awareness, environments for love to exist. Now, how do we deal with this? Because this is a serious obstacle, okay? Five of Swords. So the way to move forward is, to me, it seems to be kind of ruthless with yourself and with other people. And if they can't handle it, that's their problem. In order for you to benefit from, let's say, this energy here that we talked about already, and to take advantage of what's happening here, because this is very challenging. It's not going to go away completely in the near future. So it's very easy for you to be betrayed or to betray someone else without even knowing it, even with your best of intentions. So what we need is a serious reality check. So look at the Capricorn energy here. The reality check police, like, what are the facts? What is the information? What are the measurable evidence of love here? And it's like, it's very important. It's almost like you need to keep a notebook, keep records of what did I experience with that person? What did I experience with that? Or maybe figure it out in your dreams or something like that. And you realize, oh my God, I was so attracted to this person, or that person was so attracted to me, or I'm already in a vortex with that. And I realized, oh my God, I've been completely deluded. You need to be aware of that. And if necessary, be willing to do radical change. So with the Five of Swords here, it looks to me that in order for you to take advantage of this very powerful energy that's very beneficial for you, it means having to be very courageous and be willing to step into the unknown, change your behavior, change your expectations, and be prepared for anything to happen, and then deal with it. And whatever it is in that moment in time, if it's not working for you, let's say someone's coming after you. Let's say you did this as an example, like, oh, dear heavenly invisible friends and angels and all of that, please bring to me that which is mine. And they bring someone to you that confounds you, and they seem like, oh, this is just like the most perfect person. And then you start to notice that there are things that are very unhealthy or very inappropriate about this relationship. Well, that is yours. That's what you need to know. You need to find out what doesn't work. Sometimes it's very important to know in love and relationships what does not work, like the process of elimination. And then that's how you get back to what does work. And the things that do work, in universal laws and universal truths, are things like kindness, affection, patience, the things that we talked about already. So if you're not getting any of that, you're not seeing any of that, it's very important that you say, yeah, you're really nice, but I'm sorry, it's not working for me. Bye. And that's their problem. If they can't handle rejection, that's not your problem. You don't have to feel guilty for rejecting someone. And you don't have to feel ashamed or inferior if you get rejected by someone. If, like, say, you get the hots for someone and you think this is it, and then they kind of look at you and kind of go, you know, Melissa, you're really nice. But it's just not working for me, you know. There's no point in taking offense or trying to fight it. You just move on. So be ruthless with yourself and allow yourself to live through, let's say, maybe some shocking or transformational experiences that you could never have predicted. A lot of this you won't be able to predict. The Aquarian energy is highly volatile, highly unpredictable. And that's the energy of Uranus, okay? Uranus rules the Aquarius sign here, and Uranus is all about surprises, miracles, evolutionary leaps, through shock, through awakening. It's the planet of awakening. So I see this as very much about, awakening for you in steps, okay? Jolts, perhaps. Oh. Year. All right. So, Melissa, I hope that helps you. Let me just check out with you. I hope that helps you, Melissa. I see things being perhaps shocking or weird or exciting or unexpected or disturbing or absolutely awesome. And it's a question of how do you deal with that? So it's like learn as you go. Saturn will be there to help you to learn as you go. Jupiter will be there to help bring in the opportunities. But go back to the basics. You need evidence, okay? The Pentacles, new starts, new beginnings. It's like take notes. I need evidence. You need to see the evidence of the things that really, really count, okay? Okay. All right, let's have a look. I see your notes, people. Thank you. All right, let's have a look. Next up, we got Tina. Tina, you've been dealing with all these health things lately. It's just been a roller coaster. And then you've got all those things. You've got your extended family. That's a roller coaster too. Man. All right, I'm going to put all this back and we're going to shuffle up and we're going to get ready for Tina. So if I don't see any notes, Tina, I'm just going to go totally wild, totally open, totally blind on your reading. It's up to you. But we're right here. This is happening live in real time between Las Vegas and that town. I can't remember the name of the town near Houston where you, as far as I remember, that's where you are. There we go. Let's have a look here. Thanks, Melissa, for letting me kind of go on my extended rant there. All right. All right, so let's see. Tina, you know the routine. You've been very supportive over the years, Tina. And it's almost like we're kind of family in some strange, unique, bizarre way. And so, well, like a lot of us here, we all have each other's best interests at heart. Some of us, as you know, have been very, let's say, transformative for ourselves and each other. So I do see it as a kind of almost like a mutual support group that we have here. And of course, anybody can jump in and do this. All right, Tina, let's see what we got. Cards are well shuffled now, so we're good. We're in really good shape. All right, Tina, let's see what's going on here. I'm going to cut it up. Oop. Okay, we got it. Let's have a look. Here we go. Here we are. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. I'm used to this. You guys have seen this, over and over again. It's my situational spread. I see it kind of as a diagnostic tool, a way for storytelling to be initiated or fermented, and it will come out with a story. Okay. And it looks like a very simple little spread, but to me it's very powerful, and I love using it. I use other spreads in private readings and things like that, but right now we're going to keep it simple. All right, here we go. So you've got the star. Okay. So I'm sensing two messages simultaneously, Tina. One is that there are people in your world who are seriously counting on you, but I don't think they are aware of how important you are to them. Okay? Nevertheless, you are very important to certain characters in your life where you are literally the guiding light, the guiding hope, but it's in an unconventional way. It's not like you're trying to shove it down their throat, like, I am here to guide you, I am here to protect you, I am Tina Miller, and you should be grateful. It's not like that at all. It's basically, this is a very Aquarian energy. It's happening. It's the energy of kindness. It's the energy of guidance, protection, like being the energy of a gift to humanity, even when there's no reward. For example, I'm going to just say something a little bit. Hold on. I'm kind of ashamed of this, but I've been dealing with it for a long time. The reason I feel okay talking about this subject is because I've been homeless and I've been on the street. And I know how ugly and scary it can be. And one of the reasons I had to leave Los Angeles is because I couldn't take it anymore. My wonderful little apartment, everywhere I would walk or go on my bicycle, there's just tragedy of homeless people everywhere. And I lived in one of the most privileged, desirable places in the world. Millions of people come from all over the world to come and visit my little neighborhood, and that's just where I happen to live. And they only see the tourist side, but the reality is there's some serious tragedy there. And so today, over here in Las Vegas, I was out at the little cafe this morning, and it's a Sunday morning, and I went inside, and it was just a little place with some donuts, and I had my coffee. And this poor dejected fellow walks in. His trousers are halfway down his butt, and his clothes are filthy. He's talking to himself as though he's connected by a piece of radar. And you know the story. And most of his belongings are in a sort of a sad piece of baggage that he kind of left outside the front of the shop. And he was kind of wondering, the owner of the shop just kind of ignored him. People came out and ignored him. And I used to have this habit of just automatically giving money to homeless people or messed up people. But now I'm scared of it because I've had so many situations where the messed up homeless person would flip, or their fuses would blow and they would attack me, or they would start following me everywhere. So just as I was getting ready to leave the cafe, this person comes up to me and says, "Hey, can you give me $1 for a donut?" And the owner hears this, and the owner turns and says, "It's $1.10 for a donut." I mean, so you understand. So I deliberately kept my head down. I didn't look. I didn't make eye contact with this person. I did not make eye contact at all the whole time I was there. And I got up and walked away. And that was the end of it. And I felt very sad and angry and ashamed at myself, because I could have easily given him $1 or something, or $1.10, and he could have bought a donut. But what that does, it plants these other seeds of unwelcome energy. Like then the owner knows, like, oh my God, this guy's going to keep coming back here. And it sounds horrible, but it's almost like you're giving food to pests. And as soon as they realize, oh my God, that guy's going to, if he comes back there tomorrow, maybe I can get $1 from him again and again and again. And it turns into a nightmare. And so you end up doing these things like I've had to do in my neighborhood in LA and even here, where I'm basically like, I'm pretending like these tragic people don't exist. It's a horrible, horrible thing, but they do. It's everywhere. It's a tragedy, and I can't afford to be sucked in right now. I need to learn. I need to take care of myself at the moment. I'm not going to apologize about that. And I can't. There's only so much I can do. I'm already helping people as much as I can as it is. Okay. Sorry, I just had to get that out there. Okay. It's to do with the energy of kindness. It's to do with this energy of Aquarian energy, where there is zero self-interest, about being a guide, a protector, someone who's good for humanity with no expectation of reward. So there's that part going on with you, Tina. That's happening anyway, and I think you already are kind of like that. But when we personalize this, and then the star, I think, is talking to you and basically saying, Tina, you're okay. You're going to be okay. You are guided and you are protected. Even though things might not make a lot of sense right now. The Jupiter-Saturn thing in Aquarius, all of that, it might not make, it might be really difficult to understand what's happening in like the mechanics of the details of your life and your world. Like, you come in with a certain intention and then something else happens. And then you offer this and that to certain people, or you try to help yourself in such a way with a certain expectation of a certain outcome, and then something completely different happens. That's kind of the Aquarian energy I see here too. So the secondary message is to understand that no matter how weird or confusing things might be in your life right now, there is at the very, very core the energy of being guided and being protected. But also simultaneously, you are being a guide and you are being a protector. All right. Cheers, Tina. Here's to you and your extreme resilience, your extreme capacity for compassion, and being able to turn it around against all odds, where you end up being like literally an instrument of the healing power of love. Let's have a look. What's the situation itself? Wow, Fool again. Okay, new starts and new beginnings for sure. But I think it's coming in terms of awareness at this full moon coming in a few days. So let me go to this chart a second. I just talked about this card over here for you, and I think it's very much associated with the Aquarius energy here. This is very much an Aquarian type energy card. The Fool energy, I think it's to do with the full moon coming, where at the moment, right, the moon is right here in Gemini, very close to the North Node. But very soon, the moon is going to be over here in Cancer, opposing the Capricorn sun. Okay, so that's going to be the full moon. So I think at this Capricorn Cancer axis of the full moon, I'm not saying that's the point of new starts and new beginnings. What I'm suggesting is that it's the point of awareness that you're facing a world of new starts and new beginnings, but we don't know what those are yet. So this is kind of like a primer. This is kind of like a heads up, think of this as a road sign on the journey of life. And you know how you see road signs typically well before, especially if you're on a long distance road trip, they sometimes give you 2 or 3 signs to let you know, hey, your town is over there, or your next stop is 3 miles away, or whatever. So that's what I think is happening with you, Tina. There is, this is a signpost. This looks like a signpost that's letting you know that you need to be, feels to me, you need to be very nimble. You need to be live very, very light. Be prepared to shift and change your perceptions, your direction, your activities, your expectations on the fly. Just like what happens on a road trip where you're going to some place where you've never been before. Sure, you've got your, GPS phone thingy or your, Rand McNally paper maps or whatever. But if the reality is you've never been there before, because you're at a point in life where if you look forward, these are both very forward-looking energies here. The reality is you have not yet lived the life that you are facing right now. So it's like prepare yourself for anything and everything to happen in the moment, and then be prepared to shift and change directions and recalibrate moment by moment, just like what happens on a road trip when you realize, oh shit, I just passed that sign. I have to do a U-turn, come back and go there, and then you get back on path again. So this reading is requiring you to be very, very nimble, to be completely open to anything and everything coming at you. Health, finance, totally unexpected experiences and relationships, dynamics that could occur that you couldn't possibly predict. And then all of a sudden, poof, it's there. What are you going to do with that? Okay? And then you keep going from there. So, like, for people who have, experience in life, and you're like, okay, I know what you're talking about, TL, but I've already lived life. I know what happens about this and that. What I'm suggesting here is that there's so much life still to be lived, Tina, and the way to live it is it's like, just give yourself over to the experience, bring it on, just like I talked about with Melissa in the love reading. It's almost like, you know what? Bring it on. Whatever is mine, come to me. Please bring to me that which is mine. Just guide me, protect me. Dear invisible friends, stay very, very, very close to me right now, because I'm going to be figuring things out in real time, moment by moment, using the best of my abilities as Tina Miller to live my fullest, most authentic life. But it's going to be very time contingent, moment by moment, being prepared to be very nimble, live very light, and shift. What's the challenges here? Okay, it feels to me like you're struggling with the ability to handle the challenges, because it's like there's almost like too much information. TMI. There's so much information coming at you from outside of you. Perhaps information or experiences with friends, families, doctors, your own interpretation of life itself to this point in time, and then realizing, like, my God, everything's shifting and changing. It's almost like the best thing you could do, Tina, is live very, very light. Live super, super light. Give yourself maximum flexibility to be able to change at a moment's notice, because at any moment in time, you could encounter some kind of highly unpredictable challenge that you would feel mostly in the mind. And you can't afford to be paralyzed. You can't afford to be stuck like, oh, wait a minute. It's not supposed to be this way or that way. It's like the challenge is actually living in the moment to the point where you're not scared of having to deal with the unknown. Again, we're talking about the unknown. There's a lot of things out there that, like human beings, they like to have problems that they can solve. In other words, like, okay, there's a problem, blah, blah, blah. A health issue, a financial issue, a relationship issue with children and in-laws and grandchildren, all of those things. And you have a set way of doing things. But then you start to get to this point where there's so much stuff going on that it's all conflicting, and it makes it very, very hard to make decisions. And that it gets to the point where you can become paralyzed, like, I don't want to make a decision. I can't make a decision. And that is not healthy. Okay? It's almost like you have to make a decision anyway, even if you don't know what the outcome's going to be. So it's the situation of dealing with high levels of risk, high levels of unknown factors. How do you deal with that? It's very hard. Treat it as a game. Bring it on. Bring it on. Treat it as a game. See yourself as highly capable, competent, competitive, resilient, smart, agile, fit, adaptable. That's the way to go forward. Otherwise, you end up paralyzed in fear, fear of the unknown. It looks to me like you're being invited, encouraged, sucked into, drawn into, maybe even forced by nature to go into the unknown, the next chapter of your life, with very little to hold on to, except a little thing from Tarot Illumination that says, don't forget, Tina, you're guided, you're protected. And that Tina says, like, oh, that's great for you to say, Tarot Illumination, but seriously, you have no idea how freaking hard it is for me to deal with my challenges right now. And then Tarot Illumination says, it's okay. Yes, it's going to be tough, but you can rise to this occasion. You will grow from this. You will become stronger. If you treat the whole thing as an adventure, as a game where you are being challenged in a way that's healthy and ultimately good for you. There's nothing really detrimental here or bad or sick or nasty or anything like that. It's just dealing with the challenges in life in the right frame of mind so that you do not become a victim of the challenges. Instead, you rise to the challenges and you kind of deal with it. Okay. It's almost like, okay. It's like, let's say the doctor gives you a feedback or a report that you could never have expected. Or something happens with friends, family, and the in-laws, the kids, the grandchildren, real estate, the health, the dogs, all of that stuff. And something just comes at you out of the blue. It's just like, what? I thought we dealt with that. Or what? Or like, what am I supposed to do now? Instead of becoming paralyzed, like, what the bleak, what am I supposed to do now? It's more like, oh, hey, you know what? This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to deal with it. Okay? You accept the challenges, you bring them on, you rise to the challenge, you become stronger, you become more fit. The more fit you become, the more capable you are of accepting the next level of challenges. Constantly moving into the unknown. Constantly fearing that you're not guided and not protected, but then remembering, wait a minute, I am guided and I am protected. Always. I just have to remember. That's all. I hope that helps you, Tina. Gets things in context. This is a very broad concept type of reading, but I'm hoping you can reinterpret that to certain very specific things in your life. Now, I just saw, what was it? I saw Robin is here. Yay. Okay, Robin. You're here. I owe you one, so you're going to get one tonight. Hope I got the strength to get there. Nikki has offered a reading to whoever needs it. Now, right now, Indigo Williams arrived, but then they departed, so I'm saying goodbye to this one, and I'm going to invite, who is out there right now, hold on, let's do this. Who's out there right now watching? There might be a random person watching who's never been here before, never done this kind of thing before, and you've always wanted a reading, but you've been too scared to ask, or you think it's just hocus pocus and gibberish. Now is your moment. Please identify yourself. Someone who's never chatted or hung out here, okay? Please identify yourself and let us know if you feel that you are worthy of a reading. Okay? I'm just going to hang out for a minute to see who shows up. I'd like to offer this, Nikki, I'd like to offer this to somebody completely and utterly brand new. I don't know how many people are here tonight or who's watching or whatever, but if there's anyone out here who is, curious Type your name in the screen. Let us know who you are, where you are. I like to know locations. And we'll see if it, see if this is going to work or not. So I'm going to do this over here. Yeah, tonight we have a very long delay on the live stream. I can see it. All right, so this is the open reading. Nikki has donated this to someone who really needs it, okay? I'd like to extend that to somebody completely new, if possible. Maybe we have to wait a moment or two. Let's do that. In the meantime, we have another reading coming up for Melanie, and then one for Gregory, then one for Lena, and then one for Robin. So we still have a lot of readings to do. Gosh, I hope I can do all of this. Ivona. Okay. Well, have a listen. You see, no one else has dived in. There's probably only just a few people here tonight. So why not? Who's Coco? If we don't pick up anything in a few moments, I'd be very happy to read for Ivona. Ivona has been very supportive over the years, and she certainly deserves a reading as much as anyone else does. All right, here we go. I'm just giving a few more seconds on the delay, but otherwise, Gregory's late joining after. Okay, well, if you're late joining after traveling, that's okay, because Gregory, your reading is up after probably Ivona and then Melanie. All right. Okay, so we lost a couple of newbies, so I'm just going to do this with Ivona. Ivona, it's about time you had a reading anyway. Here we go. There we go. That's it. Done. It's on the post-it note. It's you. That's you, Ivona. Oh gosh, Melissa. God. The timestamp, the delays are so long on this live stream. I am Melissa Mastella. Is that Mastea or Mastella? Melissa Mastea or Melissa Mastella? Oh, no, Gregory, I think we'll be okay. I hope I can do it. All right, let's have a look here. Let's see. Yeah, I see it, Melissa Mastella. Give it to a brand new person. Melissa Mastella. Oh, is that right? You're new. Okay, cool. Thank you. Well, yeah. Frittily got herself a Gregory Scott Tarot for Christmas. Yay. Melissa's over there in Santa Barbara. Wow, beautiful, beautiful Santa Barbara. You're so lucky. Okay, how about this, Melissa? I kind of like already, Ivona's already got the post-it note. How about you come back next week or something? And we'll give you one next week. You know? Maybe something like that. Anyway, I'm just going to wait for the chat to show up to see how we're going to resolve this. I hate being, I find it very difficult being in the middle of having to make these kinds of decisions. Ivona truly deserves a reading because she's been so supportive over the years. But very, very, very rarely gets a reading. Oh, look. Ivona just said, okay, give it to Melissa. Oh, gosh. All right. All right. That's very kind. Ivona will catch up, okay? So we're Melissa, let's have a look. See if I get them. Melissa Mastelia, okay? I have a 2-minute delay. That is shocking. Wow. Okay. All right, Melissa. There we go. You got lucky. You got lucky over there in Santa Barbara. So tell everybody, tell us about yourself. Just to type a few lines in the screen there. We're all kind of curious. We're all very, we like to support each other as much as we can. Santa Barbara. Are you in one of those areas where they had big fires and things? Are you near the beach? What's PK? I don't know what PK is. Okay. Yeah, Melissa, the person you need to thank is Nikki and Ivona. Nikki's the one who donated for the reading. And Ivona eventually said, you know what, I'll accept it if no one else comes up. And so you can thank Nikki and Ivona. There we go. Oh, look, Fritoli's also offering readings. Is that what you're doing, Fritoli? Are you offering readings to people? I'll do that thing. If you put your email on the screen, Fritoli, I'll make it sure that it shows up in the chat, okay? Fritoli does readings. Hello, Queen of Water. Yay, Australia. I know Gregory Scott. I think he's really good. Did he create his own deck or something? That's pretty awesome. I've had so many different ways to try and do exciting, fun things with Tarot Illumination, but sadly most of them ended up in clouds of wishful thinking. It's very sad. You know, all that. I don't know if any of you remember, I had that shop. I still have the shop, but nobody goes there. I made those beautiful silk scarves, but I haven't sold all of them yet. All those kind of fun things. I was trying to build the Tarot Illumination brand. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look. Okay, Melissa, so you got lucky. Let's have a look here. You know what? I have to take a little mini break. It's the call of nature. And so if you don't mind, I'm going to put this over here. And I'm going to... Oh my gosh, look who it is. Little Bubba. Bubba wants to say hello. I'm going to put Bubba over here. He wants to say hi to everybody. And I have to go take a little visit. Oh, Bubba. Oh, Bubba. Okay, I'm just going to introduce you. Here's Bubba. He's incredibly handsome, so beware. He could charm you. He's like, he gets a bit shy in front of the camera. He doesn't really want to be on camera right now. He just wants to be cuddled. He just wants to be cuddled. There he is. That's little Bubba. He's my furry friend. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put a piece of music on, and I'll be right back. Okay, so stay right there. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, here we go. So give me a moment. Melissa, I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Chat amongst yourselves, okay? So I am back. Thank you for your patience. I just want to catch up there with some notes that I saw from Melissa. Let's have a look here, see if I can get all my technology coordinated. Okay, so it says over here, because I was asking Melissa tell us about yourself, and just before I went on my little mini break, it says, so Melissa, you're a full-time student, you got 5 kids, and yes, you were in the fire times. Wow. Thanks, Nikki and Iona. And Frittely's trying to sell some cats. Nikki's saying, Nikki's feeling, by the way, Melissa, you need to know that Nikki's a bit of a psychic medium, and you might want to like keep in touch or pay attention to Nikki's notes, because sometimes she'll bring you like an alternative reading on the side without even knowing. So just be prepared for anything, okay? And let's see, Melissa, it says, I have to move though, because you're not willing to go backward. I have to go forward. The last reading you did was a similar situation. I don't remember doing a last reading. Melissa must know that. Thanks, everybody. Melissa, let's see what else is over here. I don't recall reading for you before, Melissa, but you're in amazing hands with TL. He's the best out there. He's the psychic for the psychics. Thank you very much. I had a random cat shop years ago in Greenville. Tanner looks like his twin. We're so lucky to have him. Okay. All right. So, yes, cats. Cats. So it's Melissa. It sounds like, you see, the thing is about, the reason I asked Melissa, because I don't know, I like, hold on, let me just get my, I'll show you in a minute, but I'm sort of lucky in that I've had a very kind of multicultural life. I've lived a lot of different places, traveled a lot of different places. I've been exposed to the best things in the world in life, and I've been exposed to the very worst of things in life. And so I feel very lucky to even be alive at all today, given all the health issues, financial issues, legal issues, everything. So when I asked Melissa, hey, where are you? Just tell us a little bit. When she said Santa Barbara, I know Santa Barbara is absolutely beautiful. It's one of the loveliest places on earth. If you like ocean, nature, natural beauty, a very high quality standard of living, and basically a very, let's say, welcoming, kind of soothing type of climate. However, some of you know California has been ravaged by huge forest fires that devastated people's lives. Thousands of people's lives devastated because of these fires. California is one of the most beautiful parts of the world, but it's also in some ways one of the most tragic. So, all right, let's get on with this. Okay, so Melissa, right now, thank you for your patience. I needed to break everybody. All right, let's have a look. So what says, Nikki is sensing the energy of home. Okay, Melissa, home. And what was that? They said something else. My spiritual connection with somebody I watch online for astronomy and the planet's positions, and I click with him but never met. I know there is this something. Well, there's all sorts of people out there doing astrology, lots of people doing tarot, and there's also people who do astronomy. Astronomy is very much about the planets, but they look at it in a different perspective. They don't try to personalize it or, explain human behavior through the planets. They just study the planets. Wow. I'm not familiar, but I have to move away, so I need and want to take my chance to get in the car and just go. What do you guys think? Oh my God, Melissa! That's bold. Wow. That's So there's something triggering you about this astronomy person. And it seems like you're... Be very, very careful, Melissa. I'm not going to say don't do it, but, you know, there's Tarot Illumination, the person, for example, and I'm just a regular person like anyone else, but people who know me or met with me through the channel think of Tarot Illumination as this, like, oh, this person who has a YouTube channel and he does tarot and astrology and mysticism and mediumship and psychic experiences and things like all of that, and does lots of personal readings, etc., etc. But there's also Tarot Illumination, the person who likes, you know, I like to watch a few YouTube videos, and I like to have a glass of wine, and I like food, and I like to have a very safe and very simple, pure kind of life. And there's plenty of times where I don't really want to do astrology or tarot or readings, you know. I do that on the channel. I do that with bookings and things, but I'm actually just another person on the street, you know. So anyway, yeah, let's, like Nikki says, take notes. Okay, take notes, Melissa. It really, sometimes it can really help. Just take notes, like scribble things down, anything that grabs your attention. Fridley just wanted to add a note there. Hey, Melissa, like, if it's Gregory Scott, I'm just letting you know he's gay, but he lives near the Tor, and that's a huge place for spiritual energy. Frankly, the whole of England is saturated with all these sort of iconic locations for spiritual energy. All right, let's just go for it. Okay, Melissa, we're just going to go for it. You're feeling this urge to just get in the car and go. But you've got to remember, you've got to fit 5 kids in the car, okay? So you've got to have a huge survival kit. I'm not an expert. I mean, I've kind of been a stepfather to about 7 children, so I know it's involved. I hope you have a minivan, or at least something like a Chevy Suburban, or something where you can throw in a lot of coolers and backpacks and stuff and blankets and extra shoes and extra water, toilet paper, wet wipes, treats, food, cans of soup with a pop-up lid, plenty of paper cups, paper plates, and lots of paper towels. If you're going to go on a road trip with 5 little kids, okay? Okay, thanks, Nikki. I see it. Let's have a look. I get this funny feeling, Melissa, that you've kind of jumped in the deep end here, hanging out with us and getting a reading and so on. And part of it is fun, some of it's weird, some of it's exciting, some of it's scary. Yeah. Just keep an eye on Nikki's notes, okay, Melissa? We're going to do your reading, and there's a very strong possibility that some of the other folks here will also be much less than shy about offering their own perspectives as well. So allow for anything to happen, okay, Melissa? Melissa is very spiritually connected. Well, that's very handy, especially for being on this channel. It really helps. The more, the better. All right, let's have a look at this. I'm going to pull it all apart. Let's have a look here. Here's the situation. So we're basically talking about the idea of just picking up and moving, following your heart, okay? Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the astrological weather for you. So we got the Death card. So for sure, my feeling is be prepared for change, radical, spontaneous change, or, okay, so think of it in 2 ways, okay? With the Death card, please prepare yourself for radical change, radical transformation, the end of an old way of being, the beginning of a new way of being, the death of the old, the birth of the new, happening simultaneously. The Jupiter in Aquarius energy is going to be a very strong motivator to get up, get out, have the adventure, grab the opportunity of diving into the unknown, the mystery of life, the wonders that are out there for you, that are waiting for you, without any reference point of whether it's good for you or bad for you. Just being, literally just being very pure in yourself in the moment. And at the same time, the Saturn energy is very much like a grounding. Like every time you feel like a radical urge, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go there, I'm going to go there, then Saturn will simultaneously remind you, by the way, Melissa, don't forget, if you're going to do such radical, spontaneous things, you need to take this, take that, bring this, bring that, double check this, double check that. For example, I mean, very simple things like your car, or if you want to drive somewhere or whatever, or fly or whatever, rent a truck or rent a mini, whatever, you got to make sure about things like tire pressures, oil, screen wash, power steering fluid, brake fluid, washer fluid, the exhaust. Make sure everything is in really good condition, and then freaking go for it. Things like that. You know, I'm just giving you an example. Oh, Melissa, you're saying they're grown and they have their own homes. Okay, so you don't have to. Okay. Oh, you're on your own. Oh my gosh. Okay, well that's very liberating. In which case, sorry. So you're in a very lucky spot. Okay? I feel that you're in a very... Don't be scared of the death card here. To me, it feels that you're in the vortex of change, radical change, transformational. Think of this as transformational energy healing, vibrational energy healing. It's the energy of letting go of the old and entering into the new. And that only can happen through radical, irrevocable change. So, for example, if you look very closely, okay, I don't know if you can see it on the camera there, but there's all this terrifying energy of the death of the old, the death of the status quo, as Pluto devastates and destroys anything that's no longer relevant for you in your life. Same thing with Jupiter and Saturn. It's just time and life moves forward. But you don't stop, you don't give up, because there's a brand new... Hold on, see if camera can handle it. There's a brand... Oh, forget it. Anyway, over here, this is the energy of a brand new horizon that awaits you. Okay? So to me, it feels like you're getting a very strong green light to go forward, facing into the unknown, dealing with radical shifts and changes, and allowing yourself to go through like metamorphosis, you know, the caterpillar, the chrysalis, the butterfly, that kind of energy. Think of it like that. Think of yourself as the caterpillar right now. You're entering into the phase of the chrysalis, and before you know it, you'll come out in the third stage of the butterfly. Sometimes it'll be continuous, but right now, that's what we're talking about. What's the situation? Okay, so I think you mentioned something about a relationship or your attraction to this particular astronomy person. So it looks to me like when I see the Lover's card here, there is something about the nature of this relationship that is divinely ordained. It doesn't mean you're going to be together as a couple, but what I sense is that if you are deliberately thinking of pulling up, traveling, making a journey into the unknown, understanding that you're going to go through like perhaps convulsive or deeply transformational shifts and changes, It's going to bring you into like connection with, I guess it's almost like you're meeting yourself, but the meeting of the self occurs in the context of what appears to be another person. So it's like, I don't know if that makes sense, Melissa. I hope that makes sense to you. But let's just say that you are attracted to this person, and it's at the point where you're literally thinking of just going on a road trip or something. And the person is symbolic. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to love this person or they're going to love you, but it's symbolic in terms of the attraction, the magnetic forces, the spiritual dynamics that are embedded in the relationship, where it's almost like you have to do something like this in order to understand the fullest nature of yourself. And that can only happen in the context of another person. So you have to have another person as a reference point in order for you to evolve, grow, change, and adapt and heal. So that's what happens in relationships. So you have to understand, if you're going to do something radical like this, there's a strong possibility that you're going to encounter the new aspects of the best part of yourself, and at the same time new awareness of the worst parts of yourself. But that will happen in the context of another person. That will be reflected back to you in such a way that you wouldn't be aware, you wouldn't have the chance for this spiritual evolution without another person there to be the mirror, to reflect back to you. Okay? I hope that makes sense. I'm not saying, well, I guess I am saying, basically what I'm feeling here is that if you feel overwhelmingly compelled to just pick up and go and travel and meet and, let's say, introduce yourself to this person, then go for it, you know? Go for it anyway. But don't go with any expectations. Go on the understanding that you are there to meet yourself. You are there to go on your own spiritual journey of meeting yourself through the experience of reflection that comes from another person who's going to be fully exposed to you, just as the way that you are fully exposed to them. So it could be kind of scary. It could also be very profound. It could be very exciting and kind of joyful. Sometimes it's really scary when you meet yourself in reflection from another person and you see the full nature of yourself reflected back to you. Sometimes it's beautiful and it's scary at the same time. Okay, so let's have a look. What's the challenges here? Okay, so I've got a card of sacred opportunity, Ace of Swords. So let's just say everything that we're talking right now is just a concept. It's a mental concept. It's a spontaneous thing that just came out. It got blurted out here on the reading tonight. Like you had this idea to just pick up and go, okay? And okay, so you're getting supplementary notes there from Nikki. Please pay attention to Nikki's notes. When I see the Ace of Swords here, Nikki mentioned something to do with school and learning. You can't afford to waste that. Also with the Ace of Swords here, my feeling is that in some ways there's a deep fear. As much as you feel as you might want to jump into this new situation, adventure, relationship dynamic that you described earlier, the reality is that there's also the deep fear of actually doing it, the actual manifestation. What does that actually mean in terms of your spiritual development? The knowledge that you will receive, the knowledge that you will impart on the other. New starts, new adventures, new new beginnings and everything. Your notes on the screen said you had your kids young and they're already grown up, but you're still young and youthful. So that works for you. On the other hand, after you have, let's say, a certain number of miles, years under your life, sometimes it gets harder and harder and harder to have new starts and new beginnings. It's great when you're really young and adventurous and you feel like invincible and the world is out there. But with the Ace of Swords here, the idea of facing the unknown, facing new knowledge, new wisdom, new information, new learning and everything. Okay, so going back to Nikki's notes about education, deep fear of forsaking, what happens if you just behave very spontaneously? You could jeopardize the learning and the knowledge and the wisdom that you could attain. Okay, that's one other way of looking at it. So if you have to move anyway, it can be kind of scary. The whole idea of like, oh my God, new starts, new adventures anyway. It's almost like being forced into a new paradigm, okay? Hold on, I'm just checking notes here. I don't normally do simultaneous notes and reading, but I feel I have to pay attention at the moment. And so Nikki's mentioning something about having the money to do a trip. And let's just say this whole idea of this trip to meet this person and everything, that has kind of triggered this momentum inside of you. That's fine. But again, that's very, very exciting when you look at the Jupiter in Aquarius right now. But the Saturn in Aquarius is going to say, like, hold on a minute. You can't just spontaneously follow every or any wacky, fun new idea, spontaneous thing that you want to do. How exactly are we going to do this new adventure? So really, seriously, pay attention to the notes from Saturn. Saturn about the limitations and the teachings. Like if you have to prepare with a budget, a plan, a communication, set things up in advance. Planning is very, very important. That's what I'm sensing here. Otherwise, because it's a really strong reading. These are very strong cards, the way I look at it. So it feels to me like you've got a lot of pent-up energy, Melissa, that you really kind of want to I freaking want to get on with my life. I want to, let's say, I want to evolve, grow, and adapt. If you're already spiritually, let's say, like you say, connected, you know what it can feel like to get to that point where I just want to I want to go next level. I want to go next level. Just be careful. Go steady. You're taking the school with you. That's it. Okay, let's have a look. How are we going to deal with this? Wow, the Fool keeps coming up, people. Melissa's saying, student, I just want to meet him. I just want to meet him. Okay. So what Saturn, and if you just want to meet him, you got a plan. Please make a plan, even if it's just for yourself. It might help to let that person know that you would like to meet him and you're willing to make a spontaneous journey. So with the Fool card, the way to handle it, it seems to me the way to handle this is literally, truly follow your heart. Do it in a very measured way. Don't be scared of the new things that you're going to learn on the way, because you're going through, whether you like it or know it or not, you're going to be heading into a journey of irrevocable transformation. If you're already spiritually connected, as you say, then you would understand this already. It's almost like you don't actually need the reading. This reading is here just to reflect back to you that you're Melissa Mestea being Melissa Mestea, and it looks to me like you're getting encouraged to go for it. Just freaking go for it. Move. Seize the moment. Seize the adventure. Don't be scared of the new things that you're going to learn on the way. Understand that this is divinely ordained. It's meant for you. You need to learn about this stuff. You're going to travel light anyway. Travel super, super, super light. Okay? Do not carry anything that you don't have to. Just the bare minimum for survival. Okay? On the understanding that you're going through irrevocable transformational changes. It seems to me like this person, okay, hold on. Like this person that you want to meet is like a beacon. It's like a beacon. It's like that gets you wanting to move forward in a certain direction and gives you a sense of motivation, purpose, and direction. So to me, it feels like the reading is affirming this. And like, just freaking go for it. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. Doesn't matter if they're going to be the love of your life or it's going to be a very strange. It doesn't matter. The key thing is to basically just go for it. Okay? Dive into the unknown. Understand that you're going to 1 minute feel inspired, the next minute feel restricted. That's the Jupiter-Saturn energy working simultaneously. Don't fight it. Allow yourself to be inspired. And then when Saturn kicks in, it says, hold on. Wait a minute. Pay attention. Okay? And then use that as the model and the plan for moving forward. I hope that helps you, Melissa. Next up, Melanie. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4 more readings. We're going to be here for a while, people. So hang in, brace yourself. All right, next up, let's see. Melanie, I hope you're still here. I'm going to put all these back together. We're going to shuffle up and do a new reading for Melanie McCall. That's your butterfly moment. Go, Melissa. It's amazing. I think you said you're 44 and you have 5 kids already. So you must be like very feminine, very fertile, and you just spontaneously gave birth to these kids through whoever was the father, and they've already moved on. It sounds like they've already got their lives, and you are now. It's like you've got a whole other life all over the world ahead of you. Oops. I dropped a couple cards. Please bear with me. Melanie, Gregory, Lena, Robin. We're going to be here for a while, people, so settle in. If you have to, if you can't handle it, then obviously watch it later on the action replay. So, Miss Cepheid. Welcome, Miss. Hello, Seth. I'm just going to call you Seth, okay? Hello, Seth. Hey, Melanie, I hope you're still here. It's a very long, very, very long delay on the show tonight. I'm going to start anyway, but if you've got a particular issue, please put it in just a couple of words. What are the messages that Tarot Illumination has for me tonight regarding the subject of ... It could be, I don't know, health, finances, the future, love, a person, a child, a mother, a father. It could be anything, okay? All right, Melanie. Melanie, also, could you please type in the screen if you're still here? Just let us know. You'll still get your reading anyway. Nikki wants a song. Well, I would definitely say I'm going to play a song called Wonder Ride, because we are definitely entering into the energy of adventure. Okay, I'm just going to do a little song because Nikki wants a song, okay? So let me see if I can do this. It's a song called Wonder Ride. I wrote it for my my mate in New Zealand. And it sounds like this. Hopefully this will work. Let me see. I'll find out in just a moment. And if that works, I'll let you hear it.
So, this is a birthday present for my son.
Let's have a look here.
Just wanted to share this. Okay, here we go. It's called Wonder Ride.
Listen to the lyrics, okay? It's a slow waltz.
My dear, this is my birthday present to you, to celebrate the day that heaven made you. It's remarkable that we both found one another. The day we set out on our transformation ride with each other at each other's side, it soon became evident that we are both changing. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. And now that our journey, it starts to unfold in a multi-dimensional world of untold delights that truly defy the imagination. You've naturally taken it up on yourself to document all of the nuances that go to make up a story of extraordinary proportions. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. Yeah, it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear.
Wow.
So there you go.
So there we go. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Last week I was having all these very sad coulda, woulda, shoulda moments. I think it was all the build-up of these huge shifts and changes in the astrology recently. And I was getting very, very sentimental about life and everything. And I gave myself permission to get all sad and sentimental about all the things that went wrong and how I could have, like, I could have been a pop star. I could have been an incredibly wealthy, successful pop music writer, because I'm a writer, but it's like it never quite happened. And so on and so on. I could have done this, coulda, woulda, shoulda, if only, if only. So I was having this huge, like, Four of Cups moment. And then I had remembered, wait a minute, listen to your own freaking readings. Like, energy flows where attention goes, man. Focus on the now. Live in the now. Be present right now. There's a little Ace of Cups right out there, right in front of you. Sure, there are plenty of sad things that happened in the past. You could have done this. You should have done that. You woulda, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's okay. We're still alive. Life continues. I call them lifestyle package deals. I'm one of these people. I've had a lot of lifestyle package deals. I'm still the person, but I've had multiple versions of myself, different careers, different towns, locations, relationships, activities, health or lack of health, money or lack of money, like completely different incarnations. It's like living multiple past lives in one lifetime just to recalibrate to get where we are today. Blah! Anyway, let's get on with the show. Melanie, here we are. I hope you're here. Can you type in, Melanie, if you're still here? If you're not, I'm just going to give you a reading anyway. Okay? Cards are already shuffled. We had a little song break. Thank you very much. And now we're going to see what comes up for Melanie. What kind of messages do we have for Melanie today? Now, Melanie was here pretty early in the show, but we've been going for hours, and she might have fallen asleep, had a nap, or decided it's Monday morning coming up very soon. So, Melanie, if you're not here, I'm going to do a total blind reading for you. If you are here, please type it in, let me know. If you have a particular issue, what are the messages for me, Melanie McCall from Tarot Illumination, regarding the subject of ... Okay? Thank you, Lena. Thank you very, very much. I would be absolutely honored. Hello, Robin. Robin, I hope you... Please be patient, Robin. I think Melanie had to go. It's all right. We'll do it anyway. I know. I'm pretty certain we've done readings with Melanie before. I don't remember anything. I don't store anything in my brain. All the personal readings that I do, I record them and I send them to the client. And then once the client has them, I delete everything. So I don't carry it, okay? I can't afford to, and it just ends up being dead weight. I mean, sometimes, in some businesses, you would think the obvious thing to do would be to keep records of everything. But I discovered that it actually impedes my ability to help the client. Cards are shuffled. Here we go. Let's have a look. Oops. Jumping around there. All right, let's have a look. It's funny. Even though I don't see your name on the screen, Melanie, I'm feeling like you're here anyway. And there's a bit of anxiety. There's a bit of, I don't know if it's desperation or confusion mixed with desperation. but it's in a very subtle way that you wouldn't never normally admit to anybody. Okay? I hope that makes sense to you. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at the weather for you. 8 of Swords we have here. So that probably is reflecting the energy that I was just sensing. If you're feeling trapped, Melanie, if you're in a situation where you're looking around your life and your world and everything, and there's like so much going on that you feel paralyzed, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to think, I don't know how to make a decision, like I'm scared if I do this, I might miss out on that, I'm scared if I do that, I'll miss out on this, so on and so on. Like there's TMI, too much information, too much stress, too many problems, too many things out there that you can't control, that you can't understand. So it makes you feel as though you're lost in a puzzle, lost in a maze. So be careful. Be very, very careful. Okay, Melanie? It's not the end of the world. All I'm suggesting is that the energy that I was picking up before the reading itself, it's real. It's not the end of the world, but it's very important to acknowledge this. You might be one of these people, you like to keep a really calm, serene, healthy, strong persona to the rest of the world, but deep inside it feels to me as though there's a lot of shaking going on, a whole lot of shaking going on. Okay, that's a song, by the way, I think, a pop song from Elvis Presley. Whole lot of shaking going on. Oh, 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 oh. Let's have a look. Okay, here's the situation, all right, Melanie? Okay, I've got the Sun card here for you. To me, this equates to the energy of your sovereign self, your right to happiness, your obligation to happiness, your reason for being here on earth is to experience life on earth and what it's like to know joy, happiness, and the sense of, I guess I would say, full participation in life. But when I see this energy here, to me I see a huge question mark hanging on top of the Sun card. So, to me, it feels like I have to get personal. Okay, sorry. So, Melanie, what it feels like to me is that your whole sense of joy, sense of happiness, your sense of meaning and purpose, sense of being here, living life on earth is deeply in question right now. It's almost like what the bleep is going on? That's what I'm sensing here. The Sun is a beautiful card in its own right, but when it's living in the environment of that 8 of Swords, where that energy is out there, to me it feels like your fundamental core sense of joy, happiness, sovereignty of self, authenticity, just being happy is heavily undermined at this moment, or it feels like it's being heavily undermined at this moment by forces that are out there beyond your control. So that, to me, if that was happening to me, that would be very disturbing, very unsettling, okay? So I don't know if that's how you feel things are, but that's what I'm sensing from here. The Sun is almost like a bulletproof card. But when I see it in the context here, and when I felt what I felt from you, even though I don't see you here, I have to ask, I have to really be honest with the feeling that I have, and I have to convey that to you. It's like you're really, really, this is going to sound awful, like desperate, like really like questioning what the fuck is going on. What's the problem here? Okay, so it might be, maybe it's personal, maybe it's a sense of loss of self, a loss of another, the energy of grief. Maybe you've endured or encountered a real tragedy in your life. Maybe it's personal, you with another, a loss in some way, shape, or form, and you're having great difficulty dealing with that. Okay? That's understandable, given what I sensed here before I started the reading. It's almost like I don't know what to do. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know if I can handle this. It's too much. It's overwhelming. If the energy of grief is present in your life, Melanie, and you have already experienced happiness, you know in your soul, at least to some extent, what it likes to be happy, and yet there's something like perhaps tragic that has happened or that is happening that really upends anything and everything to do with what constituted happiness in your life, then let's acknowledge that. It's very important. Like the worst thing, like with the Five of Cups, the worst thing you could do is pretend that this is not happening. So if you are dealing with some kind of tragedy, pain, trauma, suffering, loss, and it's very hard for you, it's really important that you acknowledge this, that you bring it to the surface. Let the emotions, the feeling, the awareness come to the surface so that you are not crippled by this energy. How are we going to deal with it? Okay, so my first feeling is like, number one, you're being forced, or you're going to have to learn the hard way what it's like to be comfortable with being extremely uncomfortable. Learning how to handle grief, sorrow, after you already know what it's like to feel joy and happiness and simple fulfillment in life. To me, it feels like the energy of almost like little Bubba the cat here. Like it's very simple. Please forgive me, Melanie. I'm just kind of going. I'm not saying Bubba has exchanged the energy of grief with me, but like when I'm dealing with little Bubba, happiness to Bubba means like being comfortable and cuddled and loved. He loves to be loved. And once you have that experience, it's very painful when that experience is either denied or removed or lost. It's awful. And so, like, personally, I feel it in here when I have to say, Bubba, no, you're going to have to stay over there. Or, Bubba, I'm going to go out for a walk. Or I'm going to go to the cafe. Or I have to do some homework or something. It really hurts. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. Little Bubba's just a little cat. He's a pet. And he lives here. And I live here. But I'm learning so much from Bubba. And I think he's learning a lot from me. We're both helping each other. It's a lovely thing. So getting back to you, okay, what I'm sensing is in this very pure sense, okay, Melanie, if you're dealing with these really profound, very pure, very simple aspects of yourself, the energy of joy, happiness, fun, knowing what it's like to be happy without having to prove it, it's just that, and then encountering almost insurmountable objects, problems, confusion, loss, chaos, whatever it is, that leaves you having to deal with almost crippling grief in some way, shape, or form, that's incredibly hard on the body, the mind, the heart, and the soul. But you're here. You got this reading, and I sensed a really powerful energy from you, even though you're not here. And so my message is, the final message here is, it's all about your life experience, about it's almost like, forget about the details of happiness, what that means. Forget about the details of the grief, what that means, whether it's the loss of someone or something, or love, or whatever it is. The life lesson here is to learn how to, like I said earlier, to be comfortable with being very uncomfortable. It's very, very hard to do. It's very, very hard for human beings to deal with pain, trauma, tragedy, sorrow, and grief. But at some point in your life, you're going to encounter that energy. And when you do, there's no point in fighting it, because if you are used to being happy and then you have to encounter something like this, it can feel very painful, very tragic, very unsettling, very disturbing. It's not the end of the world. It's just something. The way to deal with it is to acknowledge that this is how life is sometimes. Sometimes we have to go through these chapters of life where it's almost like the sense of numbness, paralysis that goes with loss and tragedy. That can, the degree of loss and tragedy can only be known in comparison to the degree of joy and happiness that you have in life. Even if these two things are not connected, they're connected in terms of energy. These are almost very diametrically opposed energies. Joy, happiness, sovereignty of self, and then deep tragedy. In this human physical life, both of these things are going to happen at some point in your life, and it's happening right now. The way to handle it is to accept it as it is. Allow yourself to feel the grief. Allow yourself to acknowledge that you do know joy. But if you have to live through a chapter of grief, confusion, pain, loss, and suffering. And that's not the end of the world. It's just a chapter or a page in the history of your life. Okay? All right. All right. So I'm going to leave that. Okay, Melanie? If you need to, please connect with me through my email, alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. If you want to go deeper into this with a personal consultation, you can book a reading. What you would do, for example, is I'm going to take you to the website. Go to terralumination.com. And I've done all sorts of readings for all sorts of people. Kind of doesn't matter what the subject is. Finance, health, law, home, property, health, whatever it is. I can't remember what I said. But so that's not the one. How do I go over here? Give me a second. I'm going to change something. Hold on. Okay, so what you do is you go over here. Hold on, I'm just trying to juggle things around. What you do is you go to terralumination.com and you click the heading that says readings. So if you need to, we can follow up that way. It's up to you. Okay, I'm just letting you know. All right, so Melanie, it's not the end of the world. For all I know, you're presenting yourself to the rest of the world as though everything's fine. But here tonight in this reading, I'm feeling that there's something really, really serious that we need to take care of here. Okay? It's right here. Okay? Oh, there's Melanie. Hello, did you just show up? Melanie, okay, so your reading's already over, but I just saw your note on the screen. Hello, thank you. Okay, so Melanie, I don't know what this refers to. That's your business. You don't have to share anything or anything. You don't have to do anything with us if you don't want to. This is the story that I felt, okay? So I'm just conveying that story to you. And if you need to follow up, you are welcome. I do a lot of private consultations. And it's just a way of going deeper into what we're dealing with right now. Okay? Sometimes you can't figure these things out with friends and family and lovers and all of that stuff, or professional, therapists or whatever, and you end up coming to somewhere very strange like tarot illumination. But that's okay. This is what we do here. This is why we're here. All right, Melanie, I didn't mean to scare you with any of that. I just felt what I felt, and I'm just sharing it. Gregory, you're up next. I hope you're still here. I hope it's probably really late for you, but because you're over back east. But anyway, we're going to keep going. We're going to do read for Gregory, then Lena, and then Robin. All right. Mr. Ross, my gosh, so much going on, right? You've been through a lot, especially in this last year. And it's and it's still going. All right, let's see what we got here. Good evening, Mr. Ross. You know, we have a history of working together already, so I don't know what's going to come up, because I might get triggered, or, get flashbacks from other times that we've worked together. I don't know what's going to happen, okay, Gregory? So let's please allow for anything and everything. Sometimes it's better just to go blind and let a whole new vibe come through. We'll see. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather, specifically for you. So I've got the moon here. So sometimes when I see this, I sense like fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the things that we can't control, the things that we can't manage in a day-to-day way like you would do in a business or a daytime conversation. The moon, for a lot of people, the moon only becomes visible at nighttime. And the whole idea of navigating through life through the night can be unsettling. I mean, how many people do you know who go on road trips through the night? It does happen, and I've done that myself, but it's a little bit surreal. Most of the time we try to live through the energy of the sun, like daylight, happiness, the things that are around us. So when you see the moon card, you're talking about the energies of mystery, the energies of the unknown, the energies of being guided and protected through fearful conditions, situations, and circumstances. Spooks, ghosts, elementals, angels, demons, all of that's out there. All of it is possible. Like going through a movie, like the dark chapter of one of those like Lord of the Rings movies or something. All right, so for yourself, Gregory, what I'm sensing is that if you're not acknowledging it, it's important to acknowledge fear for what it is, okay? Fear, false evidence appearing real, but it is real. Fear is a real thing. It is there. It's an incredibly important part of our lives, a huge part of the physiology of human beings, our brain, our sensory systems, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, touch, hearing. It's all geared to pick up information, sensory information from our surroundings that help us navigate through what could otherwise be very frightening, dangerous circumstances, so that we can basically live another day, get through another day, and survive and be happy. Frequently that involves having to navigate through things that we don't know, we can't see, we can't understand. Human beings love to be in absolute control, absolute power of their world, their circumstances, their environment. It doesn't always work. Sometimes people, I would say, cheat themselves or others or life or their spirit or soul to have access to what appears to be total control and domination of their life and their world. But that's an illusion. So don't fall for it, okay? Here's the situation. Justice. So, to me, when I put these two together right now, it feels to me is that you're kind of in this vortex of fear that justice will be served at all. Is there even a remote chance that true, genuine, honest justice will be served in a very neutral manner that is in full alignment with the laws of the universe, universal truth, universal laws, not subjective laws, not opinions, not perversions, not distortions, not manipulations, but pure truth, pure law, the rule of law. So if you're in a situation now where you're deeply questioning truth, reality, rule of law, where like everything that you believed, everything that you're vested in is highly questionable right now. In other words, how can I put this? It's almost like facing the possibility that anything and everything that would represent justice, truth, law, honesty is highly questionable right now, is being threatened by illusions, optical illusions. You know, because like if you look at like, for example, on the Wednesday show, I like to talk about like politics and global politics and finance and all the fraud that's going on right now. For example, in the United States, there are a lot of legal, financial, and political matters that are being dealt with at the very, very highest levels of government and politics, where you would expect and hope and believe that truth and justice and honesty would be served. And yet, at the same time, we're discovering that it's just the opposite. There is fraud, betrayal, deceptions, lies, evil being perpetrated and conducted under the hat of justice. That's a very scary thing. So if you're dealing with that, hold on. So if you're dealing with that, if you're dealing with the idea of like, oh my God, it's actually possible that justice is there, truth, justice, honesty, universal truth has a chance of being expressed. On the other hand, that awareness would not be possible without the understanding that it's just as almost as possible that everything could be everything could fall apart, everything could be a lie, betrayal, like everything could be so toxic and so poisoned that there's, even in the face of truth, law, justice, honesty, and the chance for that to happen, there is this fearful energy like, well, what if it doesn't happen? Oh my God. That's fear. That's fear amplified many, many times over, multiplied many times over. So how are we going to deal with, what's the problem here? Okay, so to me it feels like there's multiple issues here, like questioning your own worth, questioning your own talents, your own abilities, uh, your own gifts, your own your own physical reality, where everything is like, oh my God, everything that I believed and thought and understood was real is being questioned right now. Also, with the Queen of Pentacles, there might be this deep fear that everything that, according to universal truth, law, and justice, the way it should come out, is very questionable right now, and there's a potential of losing so much that is so valuable, so let's say so precious, especially when it comes to the material sides of life, like money, property, things, stuff, whatever it is, measurable evidence. I don't know if I don't see any anger here. What I see is the energy of fear overwhelming the situation, whatever it is, to the point where it gets hard to get back to being classic traditional Gregory Ross, where you know you are on the right side of the law, where you know that you have your best interests at stake and the best interests of everyone else involved at heart. And then all of that becomes in question, like, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? What the bleep is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. It doesn't mean it's all lost. It's just the energy of fear showing itself, like, ah, ah. And of course, who wants that? Nobody wants that. But in this reading, it might be that the reading is about, let's just acknowledge it. Let's just acknowledge about how fearful and how potentially unjust and damaging things could be if things don't actually work out. It's good to it's good to know in advance, because sometimes injustice does occur. Sometimes there are losses. It doesn't mean it's going to be that way, but we need to be aware of what is at stake here. All right, let's have a look. How do we deal with this? Okay, the way to deal with it is just keep going as you are. Be prepared to be very crafty, very stealthy, very... what's the word? Almost like secretive. Using your wits, your intelligence, your knowledge, your capabilities, the details of law, the details of life, the details of business in such a way that, truth prevails anyway. Okay? Truth prevails anyway. Doing what you have to do to get done what has to be done. It almost gets to the point where it's almost like feeling despicable about yourself, about doing what you have to do to get done what has to be done, because, people who live in honesty and justice and truth, when they're faced with potential losses, and they have to, it's almost like if you have to, play dirty. Because it feels to me that you're in an environment where everyone and everything else is dirty. So in other words, it's almost like saying, you know what? Okay, if that's how you want to play this game, that's how we're going to do it. You want to play dirty? I'm going to play dirty. Even though I am a man of justice, honor, integrity, and the law, and I have core values that are, let's say, irrefutable, that hold up no matter what, I am still capable of doing what has to be done to get done what has to be done. And you don't apologize for it. So, Gregory, what I'm sensing here is that ultimately this reading is about you do whatever you have to do. If you got to play dirty, you play dirty. Because the chances are you're in an environment where other people are playing dirty. And how do you deal with that? Okay, it's literally like, okay, if you want to play that way, watch this. Okay? You want to play dirty? Watch dirty. This is what playing dirty looks like. Okay? And it's not that you are evil or that you're playing dirty. It's just that, okay, this is how we're going to do it. If these are how the goalposts have been lined up, or how whoever it is out there is wanting to, let's say, relate to me. Let's say I'm Gregory Ross. Okay, you want to do that? Oh, okay. You're going to play dirty. I'm going to play dirty too. I'm not going to apologize. It's just a tactic to deal with the overall strategy. And the overall strategy is to overcome the fear and get back to the winning position. You know, I don't know how else to explain it. It's kind of like poker games or sports games or something like that, where you start to realize, like, oh my God, they're cheating. Whoa. Okay. So if that's what's happening, then I open my toolkit and I go to the extra crafty box. This is how we play it. Okay? Fire meets fire. I don't know how else to explain it, Gregory. It's just that you do what you have to do. You're going to have to do what you have to do to get what has to be done. Okay? It might not be pretty. It might not be something that you're proud of. It might not be something that you would ever want to, have on your tombstone one day. But you got to do what has to be done to get done what has to be done, okay? I hope that makes sense. Thanks, Gregory. Lena, you're up. Lena is all the way over there in Argentina. After Lena, we've got Robin. I hope you're still awake, Robin. If not, you'll get your reading anyway. Lena, I have a feeling you're still here. Hey, Nikki, I can remember the time, Nikki, I just want to let you know I'm not a religious person today anymore, but I was raised in an environment where I was saturated with the Bible. I was saturated with catechism and churches and hymns and choirs and all that kind of stuff. And there's parts of it that I remember very fondly. But because some very ugly, despicable things happen in that world, I no longer associate directly. But I remember that Nikki, this is just for you right now. I don't consider myself religious at all. But I was exposed to a lot of it, and I was saturated, immersed in it forced into it, pressured into it, and it became a very despicable, very frightening, ugly, abusive, terrifying environment. So I'm not that attracted to it anymore. But I do have a certain affection. I remember one particular copy of the Bible that I opened. This is the Christian Bible written in English. I loved that book. I just loved that book. It was about this thick. It was very beautifully made. The paper was very super fine, high quality, very thin, but also very dense, so that the printing on one side did not affect the printing on the other side. And I loved it just for the physical sensation of having this kind of magical historical book. And it was very enigmatic, this thing. I looked at it as this magical thing. Like this book had magic powers. And I knew that other people attribute magic powers to this book. I felt sad that I couldn't get that or feel that, but I definitely got it from the material, the physical thing itself, the book. I actually like Bibles. I like them, even though I don't own a Bible. I don't want a Bible. I don't want anything to do with the Bible. There was a time where I cherished it as this thing, like this magical thing. I loved the paper. I loved seeing the words. I liked seeing the covers. I had one Bible which was very big. It was literally about this wide and about that tall, and the letters were very big. It was this thick. It was just a very big, bold Bible, and it was heavily embellished with a lot of very ornate gold and red and silver and all sorts of beautiful imagery. And it was magical to me, even though I don't have anything to do with it today. So I just wanted to share that with you, Nikki. All right, Lena. Dun, 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 what's going on? Oh, about Nikki, about that Bible thing. Hold on. These Bibles are fascinating. I remember when I was traveling a lot as a child, and we would stay at hotels and motels, and everywhere we would go, the little shelf at the side of the bed, you would open it up, and there's a copy of the Bible. It's usually a cheap copy, something that's disposable. You just throw it away. You keep it. You take it with you. It doesn't matter. So I described the really, really big Bible that I had access to for a while. But I've also had access to Bibles that are really not much bigger than the size of an old-fashioned matchbox. You know, tiny, tiny little print, tiny little pages, tiny letters. And you'd have to have a microscope to read everything, but you could still read it. There are people who are so wedded to the Bible that they had to physicalize it in some way. So some people wanted to make miniatures. Some people wanted to make these very dark, black, very serious ones. Some with leather, some with paper, some heavily embossed. All of that. Fascinating stuff. All right, Lena, here we go. Uh-oh, Bubba wants to say hello. Stay there. Stay there. It's actually dinner time. I gotta go check out with Bubba and get some dinner sorted. Can you please wait for a minute? I'm gonna put on some music for you. Give me a second here. I want to go over to I'm going to play I Am Guided, I Am Protected, because that theme has come up quite a lot tonight. Okay, so here we go. I am guided. Okay, here we go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play this song. I've got a couple minutes. I'm going to go get Bubba and the boys sorted out with their dinner. I'll be right back, okay? So talk amongst yourselves. I'm not even going to change the screen. Just give me a couple minutes, okay, Lena? I just need a couple minutes.
I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. When the light of hope it fades, when all faith is blown away, when all sense of trust goes down, when a smile turns into frown, when it feels there's no relief, nothing in which to believe, desperate in woe and grief, angels come reminding me, I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. Angels gather close to me, show me what I cannot see. Angels take me by the hand, lift me when I cannot stand. Angels lead me through the dark, soothe and tend a broken heart, laughing at the circumstance, crying while we sing and dance. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected.
Whew. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed that. There's no Bubba. Mona. Oh my God, Mona. I don't have time. Mona. I owe you one. Okay, Mona? I don't know if I'm going to have the energy. I got more readings tonight than I expected. And so I might have to put you on account and we'll read for you next week or something. Or I'll give you a reading in private or something. All right. So, hey, Mona, thank you so much. I'm already kind of over it. I've been going for a while. I know you're probably just waking up. It's probably very early in the morning for you. So what I'd like to do, if it's okay, Mona, what we'll do is I'll get you a reading next week or something like that at the end of the show, and I'll make sure that I keep this and I factor it into the time so I can handle it, okay? let's have a look here. I'm just going to shuffle up, Lena, okay? Give me a second. I want to check some things with the chat here. Thank you, Gregory. Rolling dirty, I get it. So, yeah, I hope you get the theme of that. Yeah. Thanks, Nikki, for understanding. Okay. All right, Mona, I see you. Okay, so let's, okay, I think I explained things. All right, Lena. Yeah, I can do that. All right, Mona. Just I won't have the energy to do it tonight. So what I'll do is I'll make a little recording for you and send it over. If you want to, Mona, if you want to, just put a note in an email. That's my address over there. Just if you've got a particular issue you want me to deal with, just make a little note for me and I'll deal with that in the reading, okay? Yeah. Say hello to your man. Say hello to your daughter. I hope you guys are all doing well over there in Norway. Thank you so much for visiting. All right, Lena. Lena from Argentina. What is going on? Yeah, I know, Gregory. That little Bubba. My gosh. Hey, Gregory, if you want to book with Frittily, her email is frittily@gmail.com. Isn't that right? Frittily, could you please affirm that? Your email is frittily@gmail.com, as far as I remember. So you guys can hook up that way. All right, let's see what's going on, Lena. Big shifts, big changes happening in the world. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Then we're going to look at the weather for you. Of course, I'm going to refer to the astrology as I do. Yep. So I've got the 8 of Pentacles here. Okay, hold on. So this is a very earthy card. So I'm going to relate it to all the Capricorn energy here and the Taurus energy over here. So it feels to me, Lena, that it feels like there's quite a lot of pressure. It feels like there's quite a lot of pressure for you to devote huge amounts of time and energy to the practical sides of life. As far as I remember, you are a Virgo sun. Okay? So the Taurus energy works with you and for you. The Capricorn energy is working with you and for you. Even though we have these incredibly challenging aspects happening in the heavens right now, this one is extremely difficult, okay? Hold on, I'm just going to highlight that for you, Frittily. I saw it. This one is extremely difficult. Hold on, I got to go back over here. This is the energy of fraud. We've already talked about this stuff many, many times. So for you, Lena, it's almost like, don't worry about what's happening with the rest of the world. Yes, there's a lot of fraud, there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of deception, betrayal, and lies, politically, financially, economically, all over the world right now. The epicenter of the drama is the United States because of this aspect here, and because of this aspect here, and because of the Leo Aquarius aspect here. That's very lit up right now. But for you, Lena, just let all that stuff happen. Take care of your own business. Mind your own business. Focus. It's very important to take advantage of the Capricorn energy and the Taurus energy right now, and really focus only on the things that are important for you and that work for you. Don't worry about the rest of the world, the global economy, politics, the lockdowns, the viruses. Don't worry about any of that. Just focus all your energy, everything, onto minding your own business about what is good for you. Invest in yourself. It's a very, very good time. It's a very good, important time for you to invest in yourself. What's the situation? All right. So with the moon card here, what I'm sensing that for you, Lena, is that even though what I just said here, I think it's very important for you to know that you have to focus all your energy on yourself. All your time, all your energy, all your resources, as much as possible, dedicate that to your best well-being. Even though you might have commitments and obligations to family, friends, whatever, don't worry, and there, whatever kind of financial issues you're dealing with, okay, fine. But most importantly, invest in yourself as the person, your talents, your gifts, and your resources for the long term. Think in terms of raw physical reality. To me, it looks like what's happening is that you're very aware that there's a lot of scary stuff going on in the world right now. So it's like, even though Terlumination is saying, take advantage of this. Okay, I'm going to try and do it like this. See if I can do it. Okay, Lena, take advantage of this. Okay, this is very good for you. This is very, very good for you. But what I'm sensing here is the moon card is about the fact that you are probably sensing this. And you're sensing this. And you're sensing this. And all of those things are very disturbing, very, very unsettling, to the point where it's like a distraction from this. This is what counts for you. Okay? Don't worry about any of this. Remember, energy flows where attention goes. If you let yourself be consumed and absorbed and attracted to all the chaos, the deception, betrayal, all that horrible stuff that's happening right now, then you are not helping yourself. This is like toxic poison. You don't need this, okay? There's no reason that you have to accept this in your life. It's okay to be scared of the big, horrible, bad things that are happening in the world right now, but that fear does not own you. It's okay to acknowledge the fear. It's okay to be frightened by the horrible, terrifying things that are happening, but that's not your life. That's not your world. This is your world. Your world right now is all about focus, focus, focus. Invest every minute, every day of your life on yourself. Okay, invest in yourself. Like whether it's like school, studies, career, finances, or everything. All attention focusing on what is best for you. What's the problems here? Okay, to me it looks like a question of confidence, self-confidence in the face of very, very challenging conditions, okay? So with the Queen of Wands energy here, this is a very powerful energy of inspiration, leadership in the face of despicable, hideous challenges in life all around you. And yet you shine. So the problem is here, because this is in a very challenging position, this looks like the energy of like this represents fear here, and this is the embodiment of fear. Like, oh my God, like questioning the problem you have is like questioning whether you have the confidence, the power, the light, the inspiration, the courage to go forward. That's understandable, okay? It's perfectly understandable. Remember, look at it this way, Lena. If I recall, you are the Virgo energy here, okay? Let's do this again. I'll put this one over here, this one over here. So, let's look at this chart again. With the Virgo energy over here, can you see through the astrology how you are actually living in super hyper stressful conditions? Because you've got this, and this is opposing you. This is a huge T-square that is opposing you. Okay? Here, this is opposing your Virgo energy over here. This is amplifying the stress. So, it's like this is what counts, okay? Which is the good stuff here, here, and here in terms of the astrology. The problem is that you're dealing with very destabilizing, very unsettling energies here, here, and here. This is an extremely stressful aspect to you. But you're not a victim. You're not allowed to be a victim. The way that you deal with this is that you take advantage of this. This is more powerful than this. Even though this is very powerful, this is more powerful, okay? But it takes a lot of courage. So it's like you're being tested. It's like you, Lena, are being tested to very extreme levels. And how do you deal with that? The way you deal with that is you deal with it in very physical, practical reality every day. What am I going to do today, right now? This morning, at the middle of the morning, at lunch, in the afternoon, at dinner time, in the evening, at nighttime, and bedtime. You focus on doing exactly what has to be done in your physical reality. Your physical reality. Making sure that you focus all your energy on the things that work, okay? Because this stuff here, the challenging stuff, is very powerful, and it could easily make you feel as though there is no hope, there is no light, there's no inspiration. I have no idea how I'm going to overcome. Okay? But you're going to be okay because you explained it here. I explained it to you here so that you do not have to be a victim of this. How are we going to deal with this? Yeah! What you do, Lena, is you pretend that you are the leading actress in a movie and you are the superhero. Okay? The Knight of Wands is basically saying, Lena, okay, like this. It's like, Lena, it's the way to deal with your situation right now. I don't know the details of your situation, but the way to deal with it from here is to invoke the power of courage. You basically pray to your invisible friends, your spirit guides, your archangels, your guardian angels, all of that. Basically tell them, hey, listen, folks, my dear invisible friends, as you heard from Tarot Illumination, I am facing astronomical challenges right now. I need you to be with me. I need you to surround me and protect me and guide me. And I need encouragement to help me feel like I am a superhero and that I can deal with this. It's almost like being an actor in a superhero movie where normally the hero is like, I'm just trying to live my life, blah, 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 blah. And then the whole world is threatened with diabolical challenges. And then you are being tapped on the shoulder by your invisible friends and saying, you know what, Lena? You're going to have to put on your superhero outfit. All of that, okay? You're going to have to do that and become like this indestructible superhero kind of energy. It's like you have to create this aura. Create this aura. It doesn't have to be really like in your face to other people, but it's the aura that you carry from within you, from inside of you. Like, I am Lena the indestructible. I am Lena the invincible. I am Lena. I take on my challenges. I prevail. I am a winner. I can deal with this. I summon all my forces, all my energy to do what has to be done according to the Eight of Pentacles. facts, things. Okay, I got to take care of this. I got to take care of that. I got to take care of that. I got to take care of that, and that. That's 8 things every day. I got to just take care of that, take care of business. I'm going to take care of business. That's what this is about. And you don't worry about all the other scary stuff. You just focus absolutely on taking care of Lena, taking care of the business of being Lena. That's it. That's all you do. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? I hope that helps you. Thank you, Lena. All right, Robin, you're up. I don't know if Robin's here. Robin, are you here? I remember seeing Robin much earlier, but if you had to go to bed already, I would understand. All right, I'm going to shuffle it up. Robin, if you're here, could you please type it in the screen? Let us know. Cheers. Okay, Robin, here we go. I'm going totally blind. Okay, Robin? In case anybody needs to know, Robin is also a reader. So let me know if you need to connect. Okay. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at what the situation is like for Robin. We got the moon. My God, this card has been coming up all night. So Robin, I'm going to go back to this again. Robin, this energy, please understand, this energy is very, very strong right now. It's the energy of, this is very fearful energy of fraud, betrayal, deception, lies, abuse, miscommunication, the abuse of information in terms of misinformation, the desire to deliberately betray and abuse. It's disgusting. It's happening right now. It's live. It's all over planet Earth. Most specifically in the United States. The United States is the epicenter of where the drama is unfolding. It actually affects the whole of planet Earth, but the easiest and most obvious place to observe where the actual drama is unfolding is inside the United States itself relative to the rest of planet Earth. So the chances are, Robin, that you are feeling this as though it's personal. Okay? So please be aware. You can't handle all this energy on your own. You're not built to do that. It's perfectly okay for you to feel this, but there's no point in trying to pretend that you can stop this. This is happening anyway. So the question is, how are you going to deal with it? Because the fraud, the betrayal, the deception, the abuse, the miscommunication, the perversions of truth, honesty, and justice and law, in terms of how it's presented to humanity through fraud, it's not your fault. It's not because of you or anything like that. But you might still feel it anyway, okay? So when I see the moon here, what this tells me is that you are picking up the energy of the collective. You're picking up, you're sensing all of this energy as though it was directed personally at you, okay? It's not. It's just, it is what it is. And there are parts of humanity that take this energy and they roll with it at the highest levels of evil, fraud, deception, betrayal, lies, abuse, because it's the easiest thing to do. My guess, my feeling here is that you're sensing it as though it's personal, but it's not. So you're feeling it as fear, even though it's not yours. Okay? What's the situation? Okay, so it feels to me as though with the Five of Swords here, you're doing everything you can to the best of your abilities to get around and through and navigate through all of this BS. Over here, hold on, let me show you. When I see the Five of Swords here for you, okay, Robin, it feels to me like you are taking this extremely personally, and then you're figuring out, how can I deal with this? And the only way I can deal with this is, in other words, if it's sort of like what was talking about with Gregory earlier. If the rest of the world is going to play dirty, if the rest of the world is just a massive freaking scam operation, and all the leaders and the rulers and all the elites are trying to abuse us and screw us over and rape us and undermine us and bleed us and treat us like debt cows on a debt farm, slaves on a slave camp, then what am I going to do? Me, Robin. What am I going to do? Well, what I am doing, to me it looks like what you're doing, whatever you have to do in order to escape this. Because this is overwhelmingly fearful for the whole planet. Some people are not aware of any of this, so they don't feel it. My guess is that it's not a guess. What it feels to me is though you're perfectly aware of this, even though you might not describe it in the way that I describe it here on the channel, you still feel it anyway. And because you feel it, it's almost as though you're taking it personally. So like, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to survive? How am I going to escape? How am I going to get through all of this so I don't end up becoming a victim of this? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So what's the challenge here? Because it's almost like you're trying to run away from something that you can't run away from, because this is universal energy, universal fear, collective fear, but you're taking it personally. What's the challenges? Okay, so it feels to me with the King of Wands here, you are being tested to get back to your center self, your sovereign self of like being the supreme master of yourself, where you can get back to being like invincible, where all of this hideous collective squalor and filth of all the negative sides of this energy here that is affecting the whole of Earth, that you are sensing personally, that you're taking it personally. The problem is that you're reacting to it personally. Whereas it's really not personal, it's just collective. And so you end up in this situation, whether you like it or know it or not, where your sense of supremacy, of mastery, of being the supreme master of your life is in extreme doubt right now. It doesn't have to be that way. It's just that, Robin, because you're already like hypersensitive, you're already a reader, this energy is so strong, it would be perfectly understandable that you would take this personally. And because it's so toxic, there's so much evil that's associated with this right now in the global collective. We talk about that on the Wednesday show. You're taking it personally, so it's taking you to the very limits of your ability to be the boss of all this, so that you're not a victim. It's really tough. So, I mean, without pulling this, I'm not going to open this yet, but obviously it would, we could easily say, hey, Robin, don't take it personally. Just focus on you, like we were talking about with Lena. Just focus on you, your life, your world, the details, the microscopic details in your life, and don't take it personally. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really disgusting, some of the things that are happening out there in the world right now. All the squalor and the evil that's being perpetrated. But it's not your fault. It's not your business. You could easily be a victim if you wanted to be, but you don't have to be. It's very easy for you to question your sovereignty and your ability to cope. But what the reading is saying, like, the way I feel it is you don't have to take it personally. So how are we going to deal with this? You plug into the grid. It's the way I feel it. This is going to sound very weird, Robin. The way I feel it, the way you deal with this is you basically say, oh, okay, TL, I know what you're talking about right now. So instead of being a victim of this extremely powerful, very toxic energy that is mostly being played out in the United States right now, I'm going to take advantage of that. It's still power, but it's almost the way I felt it here is like with the magician energy. It's like I'm going to take that power and I'm going to turn it into something beautiful. I'm going to take advantage of that power and I'm going to become the master of that thing. And I am going to, let's say, instead of letting that power own me, where I become a victim of the collective fear, I am now going to take charge. I'm going to be the boss of me. I am going to reclaim myself. I'm going to become aware of this power, but it's just like, what's that? You turn it to good. You turn it for your own good. Not only for your own good, but for the benefit of everyone and anyone who comes near you in your immediate life, your immediate world, your immediate circumstances. So that it's almost like, oh, so TL, I know what you're talking about. Okay, we're going into these deeply shifting energies right now. Okay, the Aquarius thing. So what's good for the people? The best thing for the people and where you're concerned is for you, Robin, to get back to the business of being your own awesome, amazing self. Be aware that this disgusting, hideous thing is happening, but you make a decision. I'm not going to be a victim of this. I'm going to tap into this like it's a power grid, and I'm going to use that power. I'm going to take that power for myself and use it for good, transform it into something good. I'm not a victim of fear. I face the fear and I go forward anyway, and I flip it around. I turn it around. It's just energy, okay? Robin, just treat this as an energy field. If you look at this as an energy field, here and here, yeah, on planet Earth, on the collective, yeah, it's very, very tough. But look at the world of global finances, okay? I'm going to try and correlate this with global finances. No, sorry, I got the wrong screen. Here we are. So right now, in the world of global finances, you've probably noticed that there's economic devastation across planet Earth right now. I wrote about that years ago in my book. It's happening live today, right now. On the other hand, there's a tiny microscopic proportion, whatever it is, the elites, the 0.1, the 0.001, they are making out like bandits because there's a lot of criminal behavior going on right now in the collective. Out and out criminal activity in terms of manipulation, betrayal, fraud, deception on a massive scale. And it works extremely well for the perpetrators of that fraud. On the other hand, you don't have to be a victim of that. You can be aware of it, and then you can navigate yourself around it. You can tap into your magician powers and say, okay, so if that's how it is astrologically for the collective, where there is this massive vortex of betrayal, deception, fraud, abuse on the financial scale, and it's happening on planet Earth, do I have to be a victim of that? Not necessarily. So long as you're aware of it, then you can kind of go like this. You can tap into your magic powers and navigate in and around and through and out of it so that you're not a victim. You don't have to be a victim. You don't have to live in fear. You can be aware that it's out there, but you don't have to be a victim. God, I hope that helps. I hope it makes sense. The magician card's really powerful. Robin, you're already very strong. You're already like a spiritually advanced being in your own way. You don't have to put up with this nonsense. Sure, it's out there, you know? Yeah, you could easily be a victim. You don't have to be. It's just attitude. It's just a mindset. Oh, okay. You just have to be aware. Hopefully this reading is helping you to become more aware of the bigger picture. And then when you see the bigger picture, you kind of go like, oh, it's so freaking obvious. Oh, I get it. I just put on my magician robes. I just put on my magic cloak. And I just become Robin to the next level. And all of that hideous stuff becomes irrelevant. Because what you're doing is you're navigating in and around and through and out. I hope that helps. Thank you, Robin. Mona, I can't do any more tonight, so I'm going to put you on reserve. I hope to see you next week. We'll put you up the first one. If that's too early in the morning for you, just show up anyway. And as soon as you show up, we will put you at the front of the line right here so that you can get your reading, okay? I think that's the best way to do it. That's how I would like to do it, if you're okay with that, Mona. Please let me know. Would you be okay with that, Mona? Would you be okay if we do this next week, next Sunday, which will be probably your Monday morning, okay? So if you come, let's just say it works out, you get here early Monday morning for you. The moment that you show up on the chat on the screen, we will put your reading right here, okay? We'll just jump to it. We'll put you in the front of the line, okay? Please, if you're still here, Mona, please let me know. I'd like to do that. You're okay with that? Okay. Okay, I'm going to shuffle it up, and that's the end of the show, people. going to wrap it up. We've been going for a long time. I hope all these readings make sense to all the clients and the visitors who get their money, who get their readings, and they put good money into the donations. Thank you very, very much. You're helping to keep Tarot Illumination going in the face of extreme obstacles. So I thank you all very, very much. Thank you for your donations, your kindness, your generosity, your long-term interactions. I love it. I feel like we're family. You've sent, okay, I'll check the email. Thank you, Mona. I feel like we have a kind of like a support group in some ways. I like to help you guys, and effectively you guys are helping me. Okay? Thank you, Mona. We got this, okay? We got this. I'm just going to clear the deck, and that will be the conclusion of the show. Thank you, Robin. I hope that makes sense. It says here, I'm smiling, TL. Thank you so much. Good. Robin the Conqueror. Yes, exactly. Robin the Conqueror. That's how we're going to end this. Let's have a look. I just need a little bit more. I need a little bit more of to celebrate a wonderful evening with everybody. Thank you. Let's go see what's going on. Cheers, everybody. Let's have a look what's going on. All right, so it's very... What's that? Jungian magician archetype? What is that? Wait till you hear your January reading. I'm a Jungian magician archetype. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Thank you, Fritterly, for being a lively member of the chat tonight. If anybody needs a supplementary reading, Fritterly is right there. Her email address is fritterly@gmail.com. By the way, Robin is also a reader. Okay? By the way, Nikki is also a medium. So, if anybody needs anything from anybody else, let me know. You can go to tarotlumination.com. You can go to the Connect page. Let me show you here, I think. Hold on. You probably can't see it, but if you go to the tarotlumination.com page, there is a section that for connecting, and that's how you connect, and we can do direct emails, okay? If anybody needs a personal reading, just go to the readings page, click it, and we'll sort it out, and all of that stuff. All right, thank you. So let's go over here. Super duper. Oh, okay, so on. I'm just checking with the chat right now. What is that? What is that? Fritterly is saying, like, TL, the kittens were really tuned in to Robin's reading. Okay, well, we have a history of having pet psychics, pet mediums on this show, and we have a history of pets, basically mostly cats and dogs, that have shared their energy on the show. Why not? They are sentient beings just like us. They're different, but they have consciousness in their own way. They feel pain, they feel sorrow, they feel joy, they feel love, they feel connection, they love to love, they love being loved. We can learn a lot from our pets. So Fritterly is now giving a boost to Robin and her readings. Oh, Lena is saying good night, and I'll try to be here again now that she's on vacation until February. Excellent. In the meantime, Lena, all the best. Go for it. I think it was that 8 of Pentacles. Invest in Lena. Nothing else matters. Just invest in Lena. Okay, I think that's it. It's very late, folks. Especially if you're on the East Coast in America. Good night. Sleep well. Have a beautiful week. It's going to be a very interesting week because we're in the 0 to 1 degree marks for Jupiter and Saturn in Aquarius. It's a big shift, change of energy. So watch out for the weird and the wonderful, the magnificent and the scary. All of it simultaneously. Let's see what else. What else did I miss? I'm just checking out the chat over there. It's on the monitor screens over there. Okay. All right. So I think we're okay. All right. So I'm gonna wrap it up. And okay, we got it sorted out with Mona, right? Okay. Thank you, Gregory. That's kind of cool. Unique boutique. Unique boutique. Cheers, everybody. One day. What? Mona, what's that? The soul of our old dog came true in our puppy we have now. Reincarnation. Reincarnation through pets. Of course. What's that, Fritterly? TL, look for you and Love Triber's package to come this week. Ooh. I will. Thank you, Gregory. Like what Gregory's saying is like every reading is relevant to me. Oh. All right. Okay. So I'm going to wrap it up now. I'm just going to play a little bit of music and say goodbye and wish you all the best. I've got a couple of bookings this week, and we're going to do the Wednesday show. God willing, we'll be here on next week, next Sunday evening or Monday morning, whatever it is for you guys. In the meantime, love thyself. Remember, the healing power of love is a real thing. Remember, you ask for the healing power of love to fill your body, mind, heart, and soul from up above. And then you own it. And then when you own it, like, ooh, what am I going to do with that? Like, the next step is be loving, be loved. And then you just live by example. I know it sounds very easy for me to say that, and it may not be exactly that easy to do, but that's the essence of this channel. Take care, everybody. Love thyself. Number one. You are number one. Remember that. You are number one. Love thyself. If you can't do that, if you don't do that, everything else goes. So there you go. Okay, I'm going to find a little piece of music. I'm going to exit gracefully. Let me think. What am I going to play? I'm going to play a really long one. It's called Love the Word. I think it's like this gospel chanty thing that I wrote a few years ago. I hope you like it. And you guys can chat amongst yourselves while we gradually unwind. But basically, I'm done. Okay? Okay, it sounds like this. Imagine a gospel choir and we're all hanging out together.
Sing the word, chant the word, speak the word, dance the word, say the word, praise the word, feel the word, love the word, live the word, vibrate the word, shake the word, hum the word, breathe the word, whisper the word, sign the word, love the word, sing it now, sing the word, speak the word, dance the word, say the word, praise the word, feel the word, love the word, live the word, vibrate the word, shake the word, hum the word, live in the world. You might read the world.